The idea for this talk came to me because I've been studying this whole area of the quote unquote phenomena and UFOs and things in the context of a lot of other areas that I get interested in particular because part of me was just trying to figure out where it fit into my kind of cosmo conception of the esoteric teaching and what it says about the evolution of lives in this solar system and on the planets in this system and the various humanities. And I started poking around on it just because I've been interested in this topic and this kind of thing for a long time. And I noticed a lot of questions coming up in the group, such as the nature of consciousness and certain people talking about soul containers and are aliens trying to steal our souls. And there's this whole narrative that's arising in the guise of ancient aliens, and in my opinion, it's a false history of humanity, and there's a lot of this type of thing, and it occurred to me that, well, there's a perspective on this. The whole theosophical truth can help people understand this phenomena. It's a framework. And so anyway, it gave me the idea to talk to this group about that. Now, the nice thing about talking to a group like this is that many of you have had experiences of aliens and so forth, and lots of other phenomena, and you're already open to the possibility of the non-conventional. And so it's actually easier to talk to a group of people like you than it might be to talk to a hard-boiled scientist. There are three main areas that I wanted to cover relative to this whole thing. The first is the fact that we live in something that I call a Judeo-Christian thought bubble. And because of it, we don't really have, many of us don't have too much exposure to other ideas from the East and what elements of our own philosophy and teachings and religions and culture are based in that, although they may have come from other areas. And so that needs to be looked at a little bit. And that'll be sort of a brief section of the talk. The next part is I want to look at the whole cosmo conception of what the Theosophical Dispensation says about evolution in the solar system and the origins of humanity and various other things that have bearing on this whole subject of where, why are the aliens here? What are they trying to do? Have they interfered in our evolution? All those kinds of questions. If this subject is true, then it presents a lot of answers, or certainly a framework in which you can understand some of it, not all of it. And I by no means claim to understand much of what the aliens are on about. And then another subject, which is relevant to this and is relevant to the phenomena and does keep coming up quite frequently now on the talks of people like Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe and George Knapp and Jay Unity. He's another one he's particularly interested in. And it occurred to me that let me address that from the theosophical conception and also put it somewhat a little bit into the framework of the types of thinking that's about it, that's arising in Western physics. Just so that you know who I am an experiencer, right? I have seen a UFO. It wasn't very detailed, but I did see in college with a group of friends one time, a light moving very smoothly across the sky that then took a right turn, blinked and changed some colors, and then went off the horizon. In 1989, I think it was, I don't quite remember, I was dating a girl who one morning after I spent the night at her home out on Long Island, summarily announced to me that the night before she had been taken by Greys and that she was cooperating with them. So this is in 1989. I'm a student of theosophy. I'm studying all of these things. I'm reading the works of Alice Bailey. I'm preparing to do masonry kinds of things. And I had heard a thing about this. I had no idea what this was, although I accepted the possibility of other humanities. I think I might have heard something about communion that was starting to be a buzz in New York around that time. But none of us really knew what that was all about. At any rate, she told me this whole story that she was being abducted and that she was willingly cooperating with them. It's the kind of story that we hear to this day repeatedly. It was a group of Greys who basically trying to rejuvenate their genetics and to develop bodies of a human type that had some of our qualities and potentials, so that because of problems that existed on their own world. And so they were basically here trying to not interfere to the extent that that's possible when you abduct people and freak them out. But at any rate, not interfere with the general course of humanity, but to extract DNA and so forth for their own purposes, because their own race on their own planet and their own line of evolution had problems. And so I, being an arrogant sort of an asshole in those days, I said, well, if that's true, you tell him. I'd like to hear about it. I'd like to hear it. Well, guess what? Watch out what you ask for. About a month later, I'm laying in bed in my apartment. It's one of those walk-ups on 72nd Street over between First and York Avenue. And I'm on the top floor, and it's a low building, 6 stories. And my bedroom window looks out over the back alley, and can basically see north because there's no high buildings and so forth. One night I just sit up in bed and wake up and look out the window, and there is a Gray in a black jumpsuit unitard literally floating outside my window. I didn't see the ship, and just beamed this overwhelming energy of love at me to put me at ease. And he just said, hi, Cliff. I don't remember her name, but so-and-so said, you wanted to meet us? Yes, we are. And this was all telepathic, obviously. Yes, we are here. We are real. What she said is true. And you don't need to worry. We wouldn't interfere with someone like you who has other spiritual work to do. We know who you're involved with. And so don't worry about it. And I kind of just said, oh, thank you for meeting me and explaining this to me. And that was it. I went back to bed and never saw him again. And what was interesting about it was it told me a number of things about the Greys, or this group of Greys. I don't assume that it's true of all Greys. And neither do I assume that all of these aliens that are out there are beneficent. What it told me was this being respects the rules of the hierarchy and non-interference, not to mention the overwhelming power of love and the fact that he was levitating out there in the air, a capability that one can only find basically in yogis or masters with advanced cities who can levitate and beyond. It just told me that whoever these beings are, they're one of the humanities that has some connection to our Earth humanity. They respect the laws of non-interference in the sense that they don't interfere with the destiny of the planet and the race, so to speak. And that I didn't need to worry, at least about them. So that's where that was. And I just tell you that so that you know a little about who's talking to you. For me, this is a real phenomenon. I have direct personal experience with it. I'm not really here to talk about myself or to get into it, but I just have to put all that in the context so you know where I'm coming from and why I got to where I got and why I'm here talking to you. So what I'm about to talk about is, I'm not here to preach it, but the bottom part is in a certain sense, a very apt phrase. The true occultist is both a scientist and a devotee. That's the spirit in which I've pursued this teaching. All the Alice Bailey books, which I study quite extensively because they present the science of occultism, really. has this statement in the front of the Buddhas: do not believe simply because I say it. Prove all things unto thyself. And that's the spirit in which this entire teaching is presented, and in which we're supposed to take it, and in which I present it. Some of it I've proved to myself, some of it I haven't, but I respect the authenticity of the teachers and their greater wisdom. And since I've proved some of what they say, I take the rest as a working hypothesis. The author of many of these books, the Tibetan master, Joao Kuhl, he had in front of all of his books, he has this other statement, which is basically saying the same thing. In other words, he was just saying, I'm presenting this teaching. If it accords with your intuition, or if it prods you to inquire more deeply and you manage to prove some of it for yourself, then accept it. If not, don't. So this first area I want to get into is this, what I call this, the Western Judeo-Christian thought bubble. Now, I had to study a lot about this in order to understand the context in which Masonry finds itself in the West. Masonry has been at odds with the church for a long period of time, and there's a lot one needs to look into to understand, well, why is that even? But the reason that generally in the West, we don't have a doctrine of reincarnation. We don't understand so much for the most part. And I don't mean that there aren't individuals who do understand this. I mean that as a culture, as a civilization and culture that's heavily conditioned by the sort of Christian doctrine, and it's permeated the culture to a depth that it's really hard to extract yourself from and separate yourself from, unless you begin to actually look for it. But in the context of this subject matter, and by that I mean the UFO thing, we have all kinds of people talking about trying to interpret it in terms of some kinds of literal interpretations of the Bible, like Zechariah Stitchin's work, and other people looking at things in terms of Genesis and misunderstanding all of that. And the problem that one has there is the church is messed around, which you can just study history to find this out for yourself. But the church has edited the doctrine, so to speak, so heavily to remove all kinds of concepts that they saw as an obstacle to their control of thought. And I'm talking about the church now, churchianity as in the Catholic Church, not the Christian religion itself, not the teachings, not the essential teachings of Christ. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about churchianity, as some people call it. They've interfered so much with the doctrine over the course of history that you can't use it except in certain basic senses to understand the literal history of humanity. There have been whole sections taken out. For instance, we have no doctrine of reincarnation. The Gnostics, which were the early Christians, they believed in reincarnation. And all you have to do is read the Gnostic Gospels and poke around at some of the fragments of the teaching that weren't removed from the Bible to prove that to yourself. We have no understanding of the yogic sciences in the West, or chakras, or healing, or consciousness. Not in the sense of the church. The church is basically, they remove the doctrine of the soul and put themselves in the position of your savior. And so the whole concept of you as being the master of your own spiritual destiny and responsible for your own spiritual evolution and your own spiritual salvation has been, to a large extent, removed. And the church hierarchy, well, I like to say the Roman Empire transferred itself into the Holy Roman Empire in an effort to maintain control and power. And so they had to do things to the doctrine and so forth that to limit it and restrict it wherever that posed an obstacle to their objectives. And I just have a few quotes in here from the Bible to sort of show you that there was this doctrine in there. And for the most part, it's been covered over, but they missed a few spots. And if you ask a Catholic priest, as I did at one point when I was studying at St. John's University, briefly about these things, you'll get a dirty look and he'll ignore you. But Like, for instance, in Matthew 11:14, it says, if you will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. And this was Jesus referring to John the Baptist. Basically, what that's Jesus is doing there is he's basically saying John the Baptist was the reincarnation of Elias. And it was prophesied that he would come. And here he is. He's John the Baptist. He was Elias before. What is that? That's reincarnation. They have these other contorted explanations for it, but that's the esoteric view of it. Then in John 9, you say, as he went along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Now, the answer doesn't, basically the answer is neither. But the point is, in this sentence, is that the fact that the disciples are asking this, who sinned, the man or his parents? Well, how did the man sin if he was born blind? Unless the sin occurred previously. Now, the Catholic Church has invented this concept of original sin, which is, in the esoteric doctrine, that's nonsense. What they would say is, it's called karma, and if he sinned, it was in his previous life. And yes, karma is just another name for the law of cause and effect, and causes that you set in motion earlier on in this life or in previous lives eventually manifest as effects later in this life or in future lives. I just point that out because the implications of that sentence is that these disciples understood the concept of reincarnation and they were asking about it. And then again, in Ecclesiastics, woe be unto you, ungodly men, which have forsaken the law of the Most High God. For if you increase it, it shall be to your destruction. And if ye be born, ye shall be born to a curse. Well, wait a minute. So if you forsake the law, when are you going to, how does that all work? Well, the implications are you transgress the law in some previous incarnation, and it will affect you in a subsequent incarnation. So the point in bringing this up was to simply point out that we live in this Judeo-Christian thought bubble. It's been heavily distorted for reasons of power and control. And it's because of this that we don't even have a conception of all of these other subjects, which could help us. And that's why one of the reasons why I thought, we have all of these people in the community trying to interpret the phenomena in terms of a literal interpretation of the Bible and in terms of some of the misinterpretations of Babylonian translations of Zechariah Stitchin and all of this other kinds of stuff. And if we understood some of what the East has been saying for ages in all of their various books, which very few have any exposure to because the church has said that they're evil or they're heathen or et cetera, and actively discourage people from looking at it. If you'd seen any of that, you'd be more open-minded to the possibility to alternative points of view on this. The topics I want to cover is just what do I mean by theosophy? What were the purposes of the Theosophical Dispensation? The concept of the spiritual hierarchy, which basically gets introduced to the West in a modern form through these works. What it says about our solar system and its relationship with other planets, other star systems, and other humanities, and also what it says about the evolution of our own humanity. And then some esoteric concepts which are necessary to understand consciousness, which is a question that increasingly comes up in this subject area, and that has to do with the spiritual constitution of man. Basically the occult anatomy, if you will. And then from that, we'll get into some questions that I've observed coming up repeatedly, in which hopefully some of this will answer, and then we can discuss. And at that point, I'll open it up to questions. So what do I mean by theosophy? Well, what I mean by it is not the Theosophical organization. That was an organization that arose in the 1800s and through which some of this material came. But what I mean by it is it in the spirit of this, which is the word itself. And one often finds that it's helpful to analyze the etymology of the word. Theos means God, and Sophie means wisdom. So basically, this term was taken because it's said to be the wisdom of the gods, and God wisdom, or wisdom about the gods. Two ways to interpret that. Both are relevant. And then it's an esoteric doctrine, which comes also from the Greek, which basically means an inner teaching. And it comes from what is said to be the ancient universal mystery teaching, which has existed from millions of years here on Earth, and probably beyond Earth, actually. And it is universal, and that there's been a group of teachers here on Earth forever, as far as we're concerned, who are aware of it and who periodically dribble it out to humanity through one spiritual guide or another. So not the organization, but the ancient universal sciences. The material that you will find in the books in the Secret Doctrine, in Isis Unveiled, in the works of Alice Bailey, and this is me saying this after having literally read, probably no exaggeration, thousands of books over these last 40 years in the subject area and around it. What you will find in Isis Unveiled, Volume 1 and 2, the Secret Doctrine, Volume 1 and 2, in the 30 works of Alice Bailey, you'll find the most clear, concise, and scientific presentation of the ancient universal mysteries that you're going to find in the English language. There are plenty of other books that are secondary and which are helpful, but it's in there that material is very clear and concise, and it's scientifically presented. There were lots of secondary authors. Some of the best ones are A.E. Powell. His books are quite useful in understanding some of the material in the Secret Doctrine, particularly the stuff on what we're going to get into, and rounds and globes and chains and evolution of the races. They do a nice job at summarizing it. There are some errors in it that were later pointed out, but the errors, they're worth reading if you get into this. Annie Besant was another one. Peruker is another one that's quite good, and Ledbetter. All their works are quite useful for fleshing certain things out. So who's behind the Theosophical movement? Well, what the teachers who were giving it out say is it was the spiritual hierarchy, the spiritual government of the world. This whole subject area is covered in the book called Initiation, Human and Solar. It's written by Alice Bailey. It was this book which basically woke me up when I was 20 years old. Because by that point, I had already been studying all kinds of things, Eastern writings, some Western mysticism, and I was seeing strands of a thread behind it that made sense, and it seemingly there were threads that connected it all. But you would read the writings of Yogananda or Vivekananda or some of the Tibetans like Anarika Govinda or a couple of others, and you couldn't quite figure out, it's like, why they all have fragments of the truth, and it all sort of seems to be coming from the same place, but as far as I can tell, they're all different, and they're all in their own little schools and their own little ashrams, and like, what all holds it together? And then I read this book, and it was like a bomb went off in my brain, and I realized, began to wake me up to what I inwardly knew. So that book presents what's called the spiritual hierarchy. Now, this chart is one of the charts we use in our Masonic order. We've colorized it, although the original chart in black and white is in the book. And we colored it specifically because there is information in the colors, which the book doesn't in black and white give you. But what it does is it outlines the organization of the spiritual hierarchy, or what does that mean? It's by hierarchy. It's a hierarchy of lives, of beings, in ascending order of wisdom and consciousness and magnitude. And so it basically presents a holistic view of the universe, really. And so the circle that you have here in the bottom part of the circle, this is the group of lives that are responsible, the hierarchy of spiritual beings and lives that are responsible for the evolution of life here on Earth. And the particular chart that you're seeing here pertains mainly to humanity. There are other alignments and other masters and beings higher than that that have relationship to some of the other kingdoms, like the mineral kingdom and the animal kingdom and the vegetable kingdom, which weren't germane to the subject of the book, which has to basically do with the role of the spiritual hierarchy of beings in terms of helping humanity to evolve, which at the moment is the main focus of evolution on this planet, according to this teaching. And you'll understand why that is. Other kingdoms at other times become the focus of evolution on the planet. But in this particular time, at this particular time, the focus of evolution on the planet is humanity. And there is a particular methodology and mode of evolution that's apparently unique to this planet and may explain in part why some of the aliens are visiting here to study it. But it's the whole process of initiation. This process of initiation, which is an accelerated form of evolution that one can consciously enter into. And this Masonry models this through its whole series of rituals, and which are all about the initiations that take one through a series of graded expansions of consciousness. And Masonry is said to be the symbol of the spiritual hierarchy on Earth. I'm just mentioning it. It's in that context that I studied all this. On Earth, there is this process of accelerated evolution that one can consciously elect to undergo. So when one reaches a certain point in their evolution, they don't have to. People can just simply say, you know what? I don't care about that. I'm just going to go on and live life, the way I want to live it. And I'm not going to worry about conscious spiritual evolution. And that's fine. But if someone arrives at a point where they decide they want to serve humanity and to consciously evolve their consciousness for the purposes of doing that, then there's something called the path of initiation that's open to them. And this whole path of accelerated evolution is apparently unique here. They say that if this process wasn't going on Earth right now, we would still all be at the stage of a Sasquatch. I'm just passing along what the teaching says. And I as a result, I did study Sasquatch, and that will come into this talk. So this chart, there's a tremendous amount of information in this chart, and we could discuss it for hours. I'm just going to point out a few key things. In this hylozoistic view of the world, there is a lord of the world. They give him the name of Sanat Kumara. The teaching says that he came, and this seems to have bearing on some things that people say when they talk about the Venusians. The teaching says he came from the evolution of lives on planet Venus, and that on that planet, which is far in advance of us, and the physical life is no longer exists, but as we all know, life isn't purely physical. You have a whole other life at night when you go to sleep in your dream body. And so the life on Venus is all in the subtle realms, and it's highly in advance of ours. And apparently on Venus, there's a school for training for beings who've reached the stage where their evolution can assist an entire group of lives on a planet to evolve. And so their evolution is to incarnate in a planet. And so he was in training for that. And apparently he was up for that role. And 18.5 million years ago, he came to Earth and started the process, established the spiritual hierarchy on Earth, and inaugurated the process of accelerated evolution, because the humanity that was evolving on Earth on this planet, on this particular globe, and you'll understand what I mean by that, in this particular scheme, the Earth scheme, we will get to that in a minute, that he came here to help the process accelerate, because the human lives on this planet had reached a point where they could benefit from it. So in this, this is like an organizational chart relative to humanity. There's 3 departments. There's the Department of the Manu, which is a particular line of activity. I'm not going to get into all of the details, but it's concerned with the actual racial evolutions and the preparation of the bodies, the various races and sub-races and physical bodies through which the consciousness is developing and evolving. And it also, they involve themselves with inspiring statesmen and moving humanity. The whole purpose of it is to move humanity, to spiritually evolve humanity, and to slowly move it into a more divine, wise, enlightened condition. That's what they're here to do. And so the Department of the Manu is concerned with inspiring statesmen and moving them in slowly in the direction without interfering, right? Particularly at this stage, humanity has free will. In earlier stages, when we weren't able to have free will, then many of the higher beings would incarnate as kings and rulers. And some of them were Hermes Trismegistus, which is said to be an earlier incarnation of the Buddha in Egypt. Mens, one of the names that pops up in Egypt, was the Manu in one of his incarnations. Krishna was an earlier incarnation of the Christ. So the second, the middle line, the blue line, is the department of the world teacher. So in every age, there is a world teacher, and the world teacher and all of the masters that work under him, including the master KH and the master DK. Master DK is responsible for the whole dispensation. They're responsible for guiding the evolution of human consciousness. And then in the green area over here on the right, the Department of the Mahat Shohan, which is now held by a name some of us know, the Master R, who was the Comte de Saint-Germain, also known as Count Rakoczy. He's assumed that office. And that whole department concerns itself with all the actual arts and sciences and the various developments in the civilization and culture that support the efforts of the development of consciousness and express the development of consciousness through the various arts and sciences. Now, the other thing that's said is that many of these offices were held by advanced beings from Venus a long time ago, but that most of them have moved on, and these offices are now filled by evolved members of Earth humanity. So what's going on here is in this whole Theosophical Dispensation is basically the preparation of the Western mind. So what one learns in this teaching is that as the race evolves, it moves around the planet into different groups. And as the consciousness evolves, and at different times, the focus, if you will, of the evolution centers itself in one area. And there are other parts of the planet that are still ongoing, but they're sort of, like in the Far East and in Africa and in South Africa, they're living in a definitely different consciousness. Although in the last couple of 100 years, what we are seeing is a form of global consciousness starting to emerge, a global culture that's starting to emerge, that's becoming expressive of like what used to be called Western consciousness. So, and I just have to qualify this. I'm going to be talking about root races and races, and this is not a justification for or an argument for racism in the sense of discrimination, right? It is not racism in the sense of discrimination, and racism is not tolerated by any true exponent of the teaching. But there are certain realities that have to be understood about racial evolution as it works out in different parts of the world. So the focus of development was shifting to the West, to the Western civilization and culture, to what's known in this whole teaching as the 5th subrace or the 5th root race of the Aryan 5th root race, which has basically been properly evolving for 1 million years, according to the teachers. That's not when it started. We will get into that in a bit, but it's been evolving as a distinct group for 1 million years about. So humanity's arrived at a point where it was time for the focus to begin to be, for the West to start waking up and to start getting some of the esoteric sciences. So they began to prepare the Western mind. And this is what the teachers say about it. And so they sent some of their disciples to the West to start presenting them with some of the ideas from Eastern thought. And so who do they send? Well, the first was Swami Vivekananda. He was an initiate at the level of HP Blavatsky and almost a master. And he was sent to introduce humanity to various Vedantic and Vedic concepts. And he talked and taught all in the West and introduced many in Western academia and interested people to a lot of the spiritual ideas that existed in the East. He wrote a commentary on the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, which is one of the best out there. There are many commentaries on it, but the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali are essentially a series of sutras that's said to be 11,000 years old, or was written down 11,000 years ago, which pertains to the whole doctrine of Raja Yoga. So, and the unfolding of consciousness through the practice of Raja Yoga, the achievement of enlightenment and illumination and a development of the certain advanced types of spiritual consciousness. And Raja Yoga is said to be the yoga for the West. We'll get into that later. But he was the first one that sent. And this was along the more mind line, the first ray line. He was a disciple of the Master Moria. And then they sent, along sort of parallel to that, they sent Paramahansa Yogananda. He's the yogi here on the right. He's next to his teacher, Sri Yukteswar, who is a master on the left, who's apparently moved off planet or into inner realms. But Yogananda was sent and eventually settled in California and started a self-realization fellowship and introduced people to the concept of Kriya Yoga and a whole bunch of other things. And he was a virtual saint. And when he died, it said that his body laid in state for a few months and exuded the perfume of the roses and was non-corrupted until they finally cremated him. In the middle here, we have Evans Wentz. He was an American who was an anthropologist and a Sanskrit and Tibetan scholar. And he somehow landed in the East. And he's standing next to his teacher, the Lama Kazi Dawa Samda, who was another Tibetan Lama. And as I've later discovered through research, that Lama Kazi Dawa Samda was a close assistant to the personality that is the Master DK. But this indicated to me why the Master DK in the writings of Alice Bailey did say that what Evans Wentz was doing for the spiritual hierarchy was essentially introducing humanity, the Western mind, to the four principal books of Tibetan Buddhism. Those being the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which is, it has an equivalent in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, although it's a lot more lucid and easy to read than the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is full of Egyptian symbolism that is really hard to understand unless you're school and all that. That their symbolism is much older, and this was put into a more modern language. So it's the easier way to, if you're going to read both, then you start with this one and then go to the Egyptian to see what the correspondences are. Another book called The Tibet's Great Yogi Milarepa. Milarepa was supposedly the previous, the incarnation, the Buddha's incarnation prior to his life as the Buddha. That chronicles his life. It's very interesting. And then two very esoteric books, one called Tibetan Yoga and the Secret Doctrine, which goes into the science of the chakras and various yogas. And another one called the Tibetan Book of the Great Liberation, which gets into advanced conditions of meditation. And they decided that these four books would be useful as a foundation to prepare the Western mind for and to augment for what they were intended to give out through Alice Bailey and HP Blavatsky. So these writers all appeared in their mid to late 1800s, and Evans once was active in the late 1800s and also in the 20s. Then came basically Blavatsky, who wrote The Secret Doctrine and Isis Unveiled. She was basically working with Master DK, who I just mentioned. That's his portraits, supposedly. He is a master of his own ashram. And what is an ashram? Well, it's really more of a place in consciousness, and a pool of thought, as we say, and inspiration, and life and energy around which one of these beings, which one of these beings is the center of, and then all of his disciples essentially help him work out his purposes in the world. A master is always subservient to what's called the plan, which is the plan for humanity and its evolution. And so they're all working in their respective areas, attempting to bring that about, primarily through the influence of thought and inspiration of thought, and inspiration in the realm of science and religion and education and the arts, trying to constantly move humanity forward to a more enlightened, wise, and expanded perspective. So on the left, you see Blavatsky. She was a disciple in the ashram of the Master Morya. He's beyond the master now. He's what's known as a Chohan. It is said that he will become the Manu and the progenitor of a future root race, just as it's said that Kuthumi will hold the office of world teacher in that same future root race, which is currently held by the Christ when he moves on. And but because this whole thrust in the West is the current focus of all hierarchical activity, that's not to say that the hierarchy isn't active in Asia as well, or in Asian races, but the focus of the current thrust of evolutionary development is to do with the Western type of consciousness, the more individualized, mentally oriented, more independent, so to speak, type of a consciousness that's emerging here. You see some of the differences. Lots of Asians, why they come here? They come here because they wanted to get away from the repressive kind of traditional, family-oriented type of a civilization and culture that prevents you from fully expressing your individuality. And that's a necessary stage in human evolution. And so when someone reaches a point where they're ready for that, then they have to emigrate out of that climate into an area that's more conducive of it. So they move to the West. Now that type of consciousness is spreading all over the world. And so we will see that what's called the fifth root race type of consciousness, in a few thousand years, you won't be able to localize it to a specific region. This whole process of racial evolution takes thousands and thousands of years, and we have no concept of that really, because our own understanding of our history is really minuscule, and which is why we have to look to these teachings and what they say to get some sense of it, because you can't look in the Bible to find it out. If you talk to archaeologists, they're starting to shift, but they'll tell you that we were all running around in loincloths 12,000 years ago when we came over on the land bridge, et cetera, and living in caves. Well, that's not what the esoteric doctrine says. And there's substantial proof that the esoteric point of view is more correct than these scientists who are as ideological in their own belief system as the church people that they like to criticize so much. And then this is Alice Bailey, really rather beautiful at that point in time. She is the author of all the 30 works of the Alice Bailey books. And she apparently was in training in that life. She's a disciple in the ashram of Master KH. And she'd apparently spent numerous lifetimes training in telepathy and working with Master DK, and which made her a suitable, what they call amanuensis, to write in the West. Now, the interesting thing is one of the things that you learn, and some of you might have some basis for understanding this yourself, is if in any telepathic communications you have with aliens, sometimes what they'll tell you is, well, they can't explain it to you because you don't have the concepts to understand it. And so telepathy is real, as many of us know, but a master can't put something in your mind that you don't have the conceptual awareness or understanding or framework to explain it. And you can't explain it because unless you do. So she had to study widely to stock her mind with a wide understanding of subjects, both Eastern and Western, in order to be able to properly put this into a Western framework. And a lot of what the hierarchy is doing through these writers is attempting to present the most exoteric, well-organized, articulated presentation of the ancient universal mysteries and sciences that we're allowed to have, far more so than you could find in any Eastern books, because in those books, which are often quite old, a lot of what was considered secret is no longer secret. And also it was heavily veiled in all kinds of symbolism that none of us have any capability of understanding. So it had to be moved into a Western framework, into English, which will 1,000 years, 500 years from now, probably be the dominant language on the planet. Humanity is moving back to the time of, it already is a dominant language for business and for science and for commerce. But we are returning to the place where we'll be having one language, right? As sort of is mentioned in the Bible and the allegory of the Tower of Babel. But humanity is moving back in that direction. It's necessary. Our civilization and culture is becoming global. We need a language that is flexible and suitable enough for consciousness to properly evolve, to express what it is becoming aware of. And just as a side note, which is sort of interesting relative to the single in the English language, it's said that Master R, one of his incarnations was as Roger Bacon and also Francis Bacon, and that he was the author of the Shakespearean works surreptitiously. And what was he doing there? Well, what the hierarchy was attempting to do was prepare the English language for future use. And what do we have there? We have, it is reputed, a series of works that has the largest known vocabulary of any writer on earth. There's something like 30,000 words that have been either added to or used in those works. And what was that? And that was another reason that the English language was chosen, is because it's flexible. It'll accept, if it doesn't have a word for something, then it will be, it happily takes a word from another language. It's not like French, for instance, where they have a council on the purity of the French language and will reject English words. And so, English is very flexible. Its structure apparently has some origins in Sanskrit. They were preparing it to present this whole scientific framework of the teaching, which is needed to help humanity evolve. So I probably covered a lot of this. We don't need to spend too much time on this slide, but one thing I just want to mention here is this concept of the Christ as world teacher. And I've already sort of mentioned it, that the spiritual hierarchy is kind of like the spiritual government that's behind the scenes, and it doesn't impose its will, although it generally tends to inspire humanity. And that Christ as a world teacher, there are all these legends that we have in the Bible relative to the reappearance of the Christ. Well, the Esoteric doctrine says that yes, he will return when humanity is ready. When that will be is sort of up to us. The basic requirement is what the Master DK has called right human relations. So that means sharing and basically sharing, the concept of sharing, the concept of respecting the free will of others and non-interference in other nations and so forth. There has to be general world goodwill and harmonious relations on the earth. And while it's not anti-capitalist, it certainly doesn't, needs the capitalist ethos that will take and not share, take the most for a small number, that needs to be mitigated and moderated, and we need to find a middle way. It is capitalism, as are the other economic systems, such as socialism and communism. You have to look at those things as economic systems and not as political systems. They often get conflated in people's minds, and they're not. Communism is not totalitarianism. The evils of communism weren't communism. That idea was a divinely inspired idea. The problem in the communist countries was the totalitarian suppression of free thought, which isn't communism. That's just plain old, dictators and suppression of free thought. That's nothing to do with communism. So there are certain conditions, right? Human relations has to be established, and the world has to learn to share and find some middle way. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to become a general rule of thumb in the use of war and to subjugate people and to impose one's will and to take. That needs to, it isn't going to stop 100%, but it needs to stop as the sort of governing principle for the major powers in the world. The UN was the great hope for this, but that too has gone off track. There were a lot of plans that were supposed to happen after the war, World War II in 45. Things went off the rails in 47 apparently, and we may be in for a delay, as some of the things that are going on in this country right now would certainly indicate. Now, just to give you, I include this quote mainly because it gives you a sense of how the hierarchy works. I say they don't interfere in free will. So this bottom thing, I'm just going to read it. It says a group of scientists will come into incarnation on the physical plane. Now, this was written again in 1920s. During the next 75 years, who will be the medium for the revelation of the next 3 truths concerning electrical phenomena. A formula of truth concerning this aspect of manifestation was prepared by initiates on the 5th ray. At the close, that's a type of energy that relates to the department of the Mahachohan, the Master R, that green thing on the right. They're responsible for this area of human activity. Initiates on the 5th ray, at the close of the last century, being part of the, and this, talking about the whole evolution in electronics and electricity and the scientific awakening that was happening through Edison and others, being part of the usual attempt of the hierarchy to promote evolutionary development at the close of every cycle of 100 years. Certain parts, 2/5 of that formula, have worked out through the achievements of such men as Edison and those who participate in this type of endeavor, and through the work of those who have dealt with the subject of radium and radioactivity. Now, elsewhere in the books, he mentions that Edison and Ford were initiates, junior initiates, but they were working in the department of the Mahachohan. He says that Edison knew a lot more than he revealed, because some of what he discovered is just too dangerous for humanity to have his hands on. He and Ford were, the car fame, were close friends and understood each other in this context of what they were spiritually. And so I just mentioned that to show you this is how they work. They work behind the scenes, inspiring ideas and allowing certain ideas that relate to human evolution to find their way onto the mental plane. And a lot of people in this community and other communities like to, I don't know who that is, but if you can mute them, like to get into the whole thing about Tesla. Well, Tesla was a lesser disciple. He was actually working with Edison, and unfortunately, he was warned to stop going in the direction he was going. He was warned by HP Blavatsky, actually. That's not something that's well known, and he was warned by Edison as well to stop going in the direction that he was going, that humanity wasn't allowed to have access to some of the secrets that he was starting to uncover. And he egocentrically persisted. And so in the life of Tesla, Edison was the greater initiate, not as he's unfortunately portrayed by all the Teslaites who like to to get into all that. But Tesla is an example of karma and what will happen to you when you transcend the law. And, you know, his funding was withdrawn and he basically ended a life in dejected sort of semi-insanity, which is what happens when you've been warned by certain senior members of the hierarchy to cease and desist from certain activities and you don't comply. They don't kill you, but karma has its way of working out. At any rate, he was prepared, he says, Edison and those who participated in this type of endeavor and through the work of those who have dealt with the subject of radium and radioactivity, that's the Curies, they also are disciples and beginning to introduce the whole concept of radioactivity, which is an important area in science, and it actually relates to the evolution of life. Radioactivity is essentially evidence of life. And things become radioactive when they reach a certain advanced stage in their evolution. Now, this has bearing on why, if you understand what I'm suggesting here, you'll begin to understand that, well, then as the life evolves, things which weren't radioactive become radioactive, and the levels of radioactivity and the decay rates change. This is why you can't depend on radioactive dating to indicate the correct age of things beyond, let's say, 20 or 30,000 years ago. Because the lower kingdoms, the mineral kingdom, which is largely what we mean when we talk about radioactivity, is not the focus of life on this planet. Humanity is at this time. And so, but all the kingdoms below it reflect the condition of humanity's evolution. And so as humanity evolves and its own consciousness becomes more soul-based and it becomes, in a certain sense, spiritually radioactive, the other kingdoms in nature begin to reflect that. This means radioactivity changes. The ages, the geological ages, and the other things that they think that they can determine from this, they can't. Now, there is actually starting to be evidence for this, and science is starting to actually wake up to this idea. I read a couple of years back that certain scientists studying radioactive decay rates have noticed the cyclical activities over the course of a year, and they saw oscillations in the radioactive decay rates, which correlated basically on an annual basis. And then therefore, they're starting to realize, some of them, that radioactivity is somehow connected to the Earth's rotation around the sun, which makes perfect sense, since the sun is basically, in a certain sense, the source of all life on Earth. And certainly the energizer and the one in whom we live and move and have our being in, which bathes us with life. If the sun went out, we'd all die relatively quickly. He goes on to say that 3 more parts of the formula have still come and will embody all that is possibly safe for man to know, and then the physical plane manifestation of electricity during the 5th root rays. So my point here was, this is how the hierarchy works. Certain initiates take certain advanced spiritual realities and they bring them down onto a kind of a level of thought that humanity can understand, and they leave those thoughts there on the plane of mind within reach of scientists who find them, which is why there's a sort of 100th monkey thing where a group of scientists suddenly, you know, working in an area, suddenly spontaneously combust and all have the same realization or scientific discovery at the same time. Their penetration and the focus of their minds attracts these ideas to them, and it all lands into their minds simultaneously. The masters say humanity is free, but not on the plane of mind. Meaning, and there's an esoteric reason for this, that there are certain things that we just can't reach because our minds are not capable of it. In the same way that you can't, you know, a radio can't pick up a TV signal because the signal, it's not capable of responding to it. Well, there are certain things, certain spiritual realities that exist on the higher realms and which relate to truths which can be conveyed in science, but we can't get there on our own. And so we depend on the spiritual hierarchy to put them within reach. They only put things within reach that we are capable of understanding and can safely handle. And sometimes they go right up to the line. And we get some things which are dangerous, like bombs, nuclear bombs. And it's hoped that we learn how to use those responsibly. So now I want to get into the whole cosmological kind of a thing that the teaching talks about, because it helps us understand our place on planet Earth in the system of worlds called the solar system, and what the relationship that has relative to other solar systems and other star systems and other humanities. I just included this text because, you know, it comes from all of this teaching, and this is a direct quote out of the Secret Doctrine. It's what HP Blavatsky is saying about where this teaching, where the material for the stuff that she's giving out comes from, and just how old it is. She says, Volume 1 of Isis Unveiled begins with reference to an old book, the stanzas of Xian, so very old that our modern antiquarian might ponder over its pages an indefinite time and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is said to be some kind of treated palm leaves, which when you touch them, images appear to your mind. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew documents on occult learning, the Sefer Zenuata, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam, like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex as it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet. The emanations become more and more shadowy until upon touching the ground, it is as black as night. This very old book is the original work from which the many volumes of the Qt were compiled. Qt is a very esoteric book that exists in Tibet that hasn't even been translated in, only one tiny bit has ever been translated that I've ever seen into English. But that was said to be compiled from the stanzas of Xian. So the monks up in, you know, the Gelugpa in particular, the yellow hats, the monks that are associated with the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama, they've been studying this for ages. Not only the latter and the Sefer Zenuata, but even the Sefer Yetzirah, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to their patriarch, Abraham. Now, well, I'll get into that later. The Shu King, China's primitive Bible, also came from it. The sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth Hermes, said to have come from it. The Puranas in India, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and the Pentateuch itself are all derived from that one small parent volume. Tradition says that it was taken down in Senzar, the secret sacerdotal language, from the words of divine beings who dictated it to the sons of light in Central Asia at the very beginning of our fifth race. Now that's said to be around 1 million years ago. For there was a time when its language, the Senzar, was known to the initiates of every nation. Senzar is, well, she might cover it. When the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis who inherited it, in their turn from the sages of the third race, the Manushi, who learned it directly from the Devas of the second and first races. The illustration spoken of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races and of our fourth and fifth race humanity in the Vivasvata Manvantara, or round. Each round being composed of the yugas of the 7 periods of humanity, 4 of which are now past in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. This illustration is symbolic, as everyone can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on Earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races from the first down to our 5th race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, just 4,989 years ago, at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. I just included that because rather than me tell you, that's her, in her own words, telling us where all this supposedly came from and just how old it is. And you can begin to see that it also helps one understand why it's difficult to look at some of the versions of these texts that we have, fragments in the Bible and other things and in Kabbalah, and to understand them. You certainly can understand them literally, because you can see just how old it is. And it was all communicated in this symbolism, and the truth that it's trying to communicate. You know, a lot of what we hear in public anyway isn't even close to this. So now getting more specifically to our system of worlds, what the teaching says about it, and this is this hyloistic kind of a point of view, and this is in reference to quote unquote God, which for all intents and purposes is an entity that incarnates through the body of the solar system. That's what for us is God. The idea that they're trying to communicate is this: that having pervaded this entire universe with a fragment of myself, I remain. So this being is living in and through it. Blavatsky said something else which is very important. Space is an entity, meaning that this entire solar system is the physical body of an entity. And the only way we can sort of understand this is that somewhere up on the subtler, in the high subtle realms beyond our normal perception, there's some being that's working through all of the vast reaches that constitute this solar system. And we don't really fully understand the full extent of what this quote unquote solar system is. It isn't what we think it is entirely. But it incarnates through it. And it is just basically the physical body on at the end of its line of life, on the bottom end of the cord, so to speak, of life. That's why another one of these esoteric phrases that sort of attempts to convey this is it's the one in whom we live and move and have our being. And another very useful phrase, which you should never forget this because it'll help you understand much of what you will read, which is as above, so below. So basically what it's telling you is that analogy is the key to understanding much of the teaching. You can use it, and if you've got your hands on a useful piece of material, then you can assume that there's a higher correspondence to what you've got your hands on, and that by analogy you can understand it, and vice versa. It's one of the keys that one needs to have. And so in this concept of this hylozoistic worldview, you could sort of regard all the stars and galaxies and things we see there as like, basically, they're like atoms. This idea was introduced to me by my physics professor back in college, Vic Mansfield, when he said, just imagine that for all we know, there could be little quantum men living on the surface of atoms, and that these atoms flying around and electrons flying around at the nucleus of atoms, they're analogous to planets going around a solar system, and there could be little quantum men living on the surface of that. And for all we know, that we're in a sort of equivalent bubble on another scale that's way up above us. I later came to find out, right, he was a student of this teaching, and so he knew this concept, and he was sort of hinting at it. He couldn't go too far in the halls of science in those days, because that would get you fired. You lose your tenure. Now let me just turn on my light. Now, I don't know, do we need to take a break? Do I need to say we need a 2-minute break to hit the bathroom for anyone?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a great idea. This is amazing, Cliff. Thank you so much. It's so compelling.
Yeah, this is so useful.
I hope it's making sense. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. So, Cliff, the wind behind you gave you kind of a nice, spooky soundtrack.
You should have told me. Somebody should have interrupted me. I mean, it was starting to annoy me, but I didn't realize how many of you were picking
Once
it
we
up.
figured out what it was I was comparing it to the soundtrack for Chariots of the Gods.
For anybody within this field, I feel like there's so much mystification about New Age and Woo within our scene, and being able to look back and trace back these migration of ideas, which is what you're doing here. You're kind of showing these beautiful like family trees of these ideas kind of coming into play, and it's a way of reclaiming, you know, some of this inherited knowledge that we have, and it's a way to inform future conversations. And if you don't know where these ideas came from, it puts you in a place where you're less able to be on sure footing with how you can kind of move forward with dialogue in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's my point, is people sort of scratching around in the dark, trying to make sense of stuff here. And my point was to simply say, hey, look, there's a whole framework that's far older than you have any clue, that's already addressed much of this stuff. You don't need to like try to like pick out of the distorted materialists left us in the Bible to understand what the history is. You can go to the East, where they have these stories in all of their literature going back thousands of years before we had Christianity. Or you could go to here, and which is attempts to put it into a modern Western English framework, so that we don't have to like waste time trying to wade through all the ancient symbolism and Eastern vocabulary, which, quite frankly, takes a lot of time to get a handle on. There's the thing that people don't realize is as humanity evolves, things that were secret are no longer secret. So there are things that even Blavatsky and Bailey mentioned. Well, Blavatsky says she couldn't talk about them earlier, but something happened whereby it was deemed like, okay, it's now okay to talk to, and things she was trying to veil, she didn't have to veil anymore. And so she could be more open about it. And that's just in the context of her writing those 2 books. And then in the works of Alice Bailey, she came out and said, look, there were certain things that we could not discuss, the whole science of the 7 rays. That was considered an occult secret, for which there are all kinds of symbolic allusions to in earlier works and in the works of the East. All the categories of Buddhas are related to that. That was a symbolic effort to veil the teachings and the science of the rays, the 7 rays. And the fact that there was 7 was even considered esoteric, which is why we have this weird 5 families of Buddha in Tibetan Buddhism. But if you talk to, and I have, friends who are monks, if you talk to them, they say, well, yeah, there's 2 esoteric ones that we're not allowed to talk about, but there are a total of 7, but it's not talked about publicly. So yeah, so you can scratch around trying to, beating your head against the wall, trying to understand all this. And at some point one should, to see the correlations, but you could save yourself a lot of time by, if you can accept what's being said about this, just dive in here, which is said to be the best, most modern presentation in the English language and for the Western scientific mind of what was being communicated in all these older texts.
Totally agreed. And I think along with what you're saying, one of the things that's really cool is that there's often been so much mystification or taboo about so many of these concepts, and it's getting to a point where it's definitely bit us in the butt a little bit as a culture of anomalous experiencers, because a lot of people can't even trace back where some of these ideas came from. They don't know where it stems from necessarily, because it's been hidden, or it's been kind of taboo for a lot of years. Yep. And it prohibits us being able to have like productive conversations, maybe even. And I just feel like every once in a while, just being able to do like a crazy deep dive and being able to go into the swimming pool like this, and being able to like cast a wide net so that people can run off and look at look at the different terms and the different histories and the migration of these ideas. And it can be a way to own anomalous experience. It could be a way to own esoteric concepts. It can be a way to make that more personal and more knowable in a way that doesn't have to be so damn mysterious. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, this is the problem I was confronted with, was how do I broach the subject, which is why I had to do this, prepare this whole series of slides and try to come up with a way to sort of take everybody into it in broad strokes, with trying to avoid a lot of the detail, because we'll just get lost in the weeds if we get into it, but in big strokes, just so that people get the big picture. And I wasn't quite exactly sure where to begin. So I just had to use my understanding that history is, one has to understand history to understand the context of anything, and sort of start by giving people a sense of the history of it. Where did it come from? Who did it? Why were they trying to do it? And what are they trying to do, before I launch into what I'm about now to launch into? And I probably spent a little too much time on that, because
Oh, no, not at all.
but some of what we got to get into now is, we'll go through quick, because it's a lot of pictures and we don't need to spend a lot of time on the detail.
Oh, this is great.
So are you ready to start? Do we?
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right. And we were just getting into this whole thing about the Hylozoistic evolution of our solar system and all the lives in it. And I just thought this was an interesting quote. It's one of these ancient bits that comes from the stanzas of Xian, and just we'll read it, and what you'll see from it is you could, if you're familiar with some of these other texts, like particularly in the Bible, you could start to see how some of that stuff was echoed in various things in there, in Genesis, in Ezekiel, and other things, which are all allegorical and symbolical presentations of this truth about the creation of the worlds, of the incarnation of a logoic, a solar lord, and then the manifestation of all his planets and the evolution of the races and so forth. All that symbolically communicated in these works. But here's one of the root texts, and he says, "What is it that ever is? Space, the eternal Anupadaka, parentless." This also embodies in it the whole concept, the whole philosophical concept about the nature of God. What is it that ever was? The germ and the root. What is it that is ever coming and going? The great breath. Then there are three eternals. No, the three are one. That which is ever is one. That which is ever was is one. That which is ever being and becoming is also one. And this is space. And this relates to the esoteric doctrine that nothing can come from nothing, and that everything already exists in potentiality, and can manifest at various points. And it's why in the Buddhist system and in some of the Eastern systems, philosophically, they refuse to address the anthropomorphic concept of a deity, because they're not saying they don't believe in supreme beings or in lords or gods. What they're simply saying is it's an error in conceptual understanding to think of that being as other than us. We are part of it. We are one with it, whether we realize it or not. And if we don't, it's because of the limitations in our consciousness and what it's identified with at this particular time in our existence. That will change through evolution. But right now, and those who've penetrated into some of the deeper areas of awareness and consciousness and spiritual reality, they realize the error in that point of view. So they simply, out of a principle, refuse to assert that concept, right? The idea of God as an old man on a throne with long white hair and in the heavens. I mean, there is that idea too. There is that idea of God immanent and God transcendent. The key point is that space is an entity. It's a being within which we live and move and are part, and we are a fragment of it. It goes on to explain, O Lanu, disciple, the one is an unbroken circle, a ring with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere. Now, where have we heard that? The circle whose circumference is everywhere. The circumference, the circle whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere. Right? Voltaire is sort of accredited with that state phrase, but it's obviously an esoteric phrase. It's come from elsewhere. Others back in various Greek teachings brought it. Well, you see where it came from. The one is the boundless plane of the circle, manifesting a diameter only during the Manvantaric periods. Manvantaras are incarnations, manifestations of various entities, like a system. There's different scales of Manvantara. They're just periods of time of manifested existence. They're like an incarnation, and the period relates to what being you're talking about. So it could be your Manvantara is one life. The life of the planetary logos is another Manvantara. The life, the Manvantara of the Lord of the solar system is a greater one. And just as an aside, this solar system, according to the esoteric teaching, is 311 trillion years old. In this present manifested period. I don't need to go into any more of this. So basically, wow. Now I'm getting the hell.
Yeah, we're getting it here too.
Insist on interfering with this. Wow, it's raining and hailing outside.
Thunder and lightning. It's crazy.
Yes, I hope that doesn't interfere too much. But at any rate, so in the book Cosmic Fire, we get one of the Alice Bailey books, we get this chart. And it just simply purports to give us a schema of the relationship between, can you hear that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but
it
we
too.
heard that.
Yeah, all right. So these are grades of these planes, and this is very important. We have to look at these. We have to understand this concept of grades of substance. So this is what's called a cosmic parabrahman. I have no idea what that is. Whatever it is, it's some vast entity that consists of loads of these. To give you some clue, over here are planetary lords. This is related to the life of our present solar lord. These are other lives beyond him that he's somehow related to, and these are, and they're quite, the teachers are quite frank, and they say, well, we understand the system of relationships, but there's very few beings on Earth who understand this really, and that these are these are solar lords. It goes on that. So this our planet and everything on our evolution is inside this circle, and it really relates to these planes. And planes of, you can regard a plane as a manifestation of consciousness, and I'll talk about that later. But this is our physical plane. We know 3 of the grades of matter: liquid, gas. And then there's 4 grades, which our Western science doesn't really know about, which are called ether. They're considered grades of physical matter. The acupuncturists in the East knows about this, and they call it chi. So these are grades of chi. And acupuncturists and acupressurists and others work with the energy body, which exists in matter of this grade. This is called the astral plane, otherwise known as the emotional plane. It's where you spend your night when you're asleep. It's the world in which you participate when you are asleep. It's where you dream. So that's, in that sense, you can understand it as a plane of consciousness. So they're all here. They're all interpenetrating. They're not really stacked up like this. They're just subtle grades of matter, to which your consciousness, to which you can be consciously aware or not. depending on the nature of your consciousness and what it's identified and how purified your vehicles are, how much training you've had. The reason that we don't even bring in much of the memory of, let's say, our dream life at night, where we go to school and do all kinds of things, is because the matter of our physical bodies is just too dense to register. That's why you wake up and then you forget a dream after a few minutes, because as your consciousness descends back down into the physical brain and takes seated in the physical waking consciousness, the brain is a little too dense, depending on what practices we do, to register and to retain it. So that's all we need to know about that. But the idea here, the main point here, is that there's these hierarchies of beings, and beyond the thing I was showing you earlier that related to the planet, it goes on into the solar system and beyond. So what the teaching says about the way a solar system evolves, and what the esoteric doctrine says is that our particular solar logos will have 3 incarnations. He's already had 1. This is the 2nd, and he will have a 3rd. And in each of those 3 incarnations, different aspects of him evolve. What happens after that? Who knows? It's not been said. Neither is it relevant, because this particular solar system in its present incarnation is 311 trillion years old, supposedly. And the Hindu numerologists and astrologers have all these complicated calculations whereby they'll tell you precisely how old it is and where we are in all the various cycles. But in a certain sense, it's really meaningless to us. The only thing you can say about it is that our Western physics and astronomy is either this thing is wrong or they're way off, right? Because they say the present age of our universe is 15 billion years, but they're getting into all kinds of issues with their framework right now, where their theories are not holding up, and they're going to have to revise them. So I watch that very carefully, because I think that's the beginnings of a possible opening. So this is just the death of a star. So when a solar system reaches the end of its life, it has an event, and all the matter of it is ejected out into space, and it becomes another nebula, a cloud, and it ends like this. Now, what the other thing that the teaching says, which is really rather interesting, is that both stars and planetary loci start as comets. Now, the solar system started as these massive cometary things, and apparently we'll just read what HPB says from it. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can read what she says about it, and it's far more interesting than what I can say about it. The assertion that all the worlds, stars, planets, etc., as soon as a nucleus of primordial substance in the Laya or undifferentiated state is informed by the freed principle of a just deceased sidereal body. So one of these, he's just died and now he's preparing to reincarnate, becomes first a comet and then suns to cool down to the inhabitable worlds, is a teaching as old as the rishis. So apparently they've been teaching this for millennia. We in the West don't know it, and I'm sure our astronomers and physicists would sniff at it, but that's what the old books say. Thus, the secret books, as we see, distinctly teach an astronomy that would not be rejected even by modern speculation, could the latter thoroughly understand the teachings. Alaya Center is lighted and awakened into life by the fires of another pilgrim, after which the new center rushes into space and becomes a comet. It is only after losing its velocity, and hence its fiery tail, that the fiery dragon settles down into quiet and steady life as a regular, respectable citizen of the sidereal family. And therefore it is said, born in the unfathomable depths of space, out of the homogeneous element called the world soul, every nucleus of cosmic matter suddenly launched into being begins life under the most hostile circumstances. Through a series of countless ages, it has to conquer for itself a place in the infinitudes. It circles round and round between denser and already fixed bodies, moving by jerks and pulling towards some given point or center that attracts it. And like as a ship drawn into a channel, dotted with reefs and sunken rocks, trying to avoid other bodies that draw and repel it in turn. Many perish, their mass disintegrating through stronger masses. And when born within a system, chiefly within the insatiable stomach of various suns, those which move slower and are propelled into an elliptical course are doomed to annihilation sooner or later. Others, moving in parabolic curves, generally escape destruction, owing to their velocity. So now, with respect to a star, this is supposedly how it's born, according to the esoteric teaching. Some blob of protoplasmic substance from out there in the middle of the heavens, under the inspiration of some solar lord that's just needing a new incarnation, begins to collect matter and start to move through space. Said in other places, but I'm not going to bother to quote it, but it basically says that it wanders back into a region of space where its previous incarnation was. And so if this is true, then there is a dead remnant of our previous solar lord somewhere in the nearby space vicinity. I'm not aware that science knows of it, and nor does the teaching really say much about it. But apparently they managed to wander somehow back to the approximate area of where they were before. Why? Because any particular star is related to a whole host of other stars and constellations. And what those are relative to our own solar system, the teaching does talk about, although very briefly, and they say very little about it. It's considered a very esoteric subject. But it's in that context that one can begin to see why some of these other humanities who appear to be coming here have even any right to come here. Because under the laws of non-interference, they are not allowed to come here and interfere with life on this planet in any kind of substantial or material way. They must have some relationship within the body of the planet, of the solar life and the thing which he is a part of. So eventually this comet wanders into a region of space, and it turns into one of these nebula. This is the Carina Nebula, and it's out of that collection of gases that the sun begins to form. Now, astronomy says this. It's just a time frame in which it says it is just, is vastly, according to this teaching, incorrect. And part of that has to do with the fact that they don't really, they have these concepts of dark matter, which is a fiction. And although ether might actually justify it, but they have all of these concepts about the nature of expansion. The teaching says that we can't really know actually what's correctly beyond the aura of our solar system, because the light that travels into the aura of our solar system is changed by it. So one of the masters said that your spectroscopy, you think it's telling you something, but you're interpreting the light of these other worlds after they've been changed and corrupted by the light by the body of the planet, of the solar nebula, as well as the planetary nebula, and you can't truly see it as it is. And so what you think you know about it isn't entirely correct. I'm always, these are statements that are made by the teaching. I am always looking for corroboration of these statements in the science to see if science has proved it. Well, one of the things the teaching said was that radioactivity is not a constant. And for instance, as I mentioned earlier, science is now starting to realize that radioactivity might not be a constant, and that at some sense, at the very least, it seems to be affected on Earth by the sun and our rotation around the sun. They don't understand why, but they're starting to see a correlation that's undeniable. The teaching says that it goes beyond even that, but I'm constantly looking for those things, and anyone who studies this has to be looking for those things. Now we're into our solar system, and what does it say about life in this solar system? Well, this is where we get into the whole evolution of a planet and how long it takes. And in this solar system, it's talking about what are called planetary schemes. Each one of these things is a planetary scheme. So you have Uranus, Neptune, a planet called Vulcan, which is said to be inside the orbit of Mercury, which our science hasn't discovered, and it's not entirely clear to me that it's in a dense physical substance. Venus, which we know about, Mars, Earth, Mercury, Saturn, Jupiter. these seven have a relationship, and in a certain sense, they're like chakras in the body of our solar logos. And our solar logos is said to be a chakra or a center in the body of a greater Raja Lord that in which he's a part of, which the teaching only refers to as the one about whom naught may be said. Why? Why do they call it that? Because it's so far beyond the consciousness and the awareness of any beings on this planet that there's very little they can say about it. They know it exists. They know some of the lines of energetic relationship, but there's really very little they could actually say about what that being is, or what his consciousness is evolving, or what his purposes and reasons are. However, they do know that our sun is, they regard it apparently as the heart center in this vast being, and that the one about whom naught may be said includes the Great Bear, the Little Bear, the Pole Star, the Pleiades, Draco, Sirius, and the constellation, all the stars in the constellation of the zodiac. And that our sun has a relationship to all these things, and that this region of space is where all of its incarnations will take place, because of its relationship to all these other stars and constellations and groups of stars, which in a certain sense on their own level have, it's understood, a karmic relationship. And so some of these relationships are illustrated in the book. I just put all this here to give you a context of just what it says, and because it is relevant to quote unquote phenomena and aliens here, because the question is, where are they coming from and why do they come here? Well, they may be coming here because they're from one of these places. And certainly some of these names keep coming up, like Draco and Sirius and the Pleiades and some of the other stars in a constellation of the zodiac. Some of these places keep popping up as places where these beings seem to come from or have some kind of connection to or refer to it. And well, guess what? Right here in the teaching, it talks about these lines of relationship and energetic in this vast body of this entity called the one about whom naught may be said, which our sun is the heart center in the body of. Now, the teaching is mum on quote unquote aliens and UFOs and why they were here. And apparently Blavatsky was asked about them and she's just said, mind your own business. So we're not going to get any help there. So you have to just look to what the teaching says and draw some inferences. I just included this as some more as an understanding that you have to understand that our sun is related to all the stars in these various constellations, and that apparently the constellations are units of something, and that all the stars in those constellations have some kind of karmic relationship to them, which is why they've sort of been singled out from why they've been particularly pointed out as a related group as opposed to just some mass of stars. Like, for instance, why should somebody pick out certain stars and call it Sagittarius, or some other stars and call it Cancer, and say that they're all somehow related? Well, esoterically understood, it's because they are all related karmically and from an evolutionary standpoint. And after all, in the final analysis, it is the teachers that have given us all of this understanding of astrology and astronomy, which in present day is distorted. It's under revision. So now we come to the Earth, and every planet evolution is called a scheme. And in the esoteric doctrine, the Earth scheme unfolds through a series of 7 chains, and sequentially they don't all unfold at the same time. They unfold sequentially, and we go from the first scheme, which was the from the first chain, which is given a name Neptune, not because it is Neptune, but because it has some energetic or similarity to the planetary scheme, which is its own thing in its own right of Neptune. There's some energetic or similarity or relationship there. Then there's a second. So the first incarnation of the Earth chain was this, and it's subtle. It wasn't dense. And then the second one was subtle also in the realms, and it then got to the third chain, which they call Saturn, but which is now referred to as the moon chain. Why? Because the moon is said to be the dead body or previous incarnation of our current planetary logos. So that's what the teaching says about it. These three books are, this is the Secret Doctrine. This is that it enumerates it. This is a hard book to get through, and you need companion books that summarize it and synthesize it. I recommend all of them if you ever decide to get into this, but you'll want to read some of these first to then go back into the text. These are basically commentaries on this, but the commentaries are easier and more condensed to understand. They have errors in them. I found lots of errors in here that are corrected in this book and refuted in this book and in other books. But at any rate, so you can learn about this whole system of the schemes and the rounds and the globes and chains, which I'll explain in a minute, by reading this book. And Paruker is another one. He was one of the early Theosophists, and he wrote actually some really excellent books on some of these subjects. So now we're specifically focusing on Earth and how this is true of all chains, all planets, how they evolve. They start out when they're going to incarnate in a solar system. They go through apparently this series of 7 chains. And so there's the first chain, and the first chain is also seen here. And it has the easiest way to understand it is it's all these vehicles or different grades of matter. So the first chain has its lowest body on the higher regions of the mind. So it's not dense physical. We wouldn't see it with our eyes. And then it has these other subtle bodies, a Buddhic, an Atmic, or English words for them nowadays. The vocabulary is being introduced as intuitional, spiritual, monadic, and well, there's no real name for what this is, but it's beyond most of our conceptions. So they have all these subtle bodies, and the life on it sort of goes round and round this for the period of its incarnation, 7 times. And first this body, then 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 this body, or really basically going down to this, then this to this to this, and then back up through them. Now, the period of time that this takes is ages. It's not really known it's not said what these earlier ones took. Not even the moon is explained. What is explained somewhat is the Earth. So the life of the Logos and all the planetary Lord and all the lives that are evolving here on Earth go through this period of time in this globe, this realm, going through all these globes round and round 7 times. And then it goes into a period of sleep, of rest, basically equivalent of sleep. And then it descends lower and goes 7 times around. And then it goes into another period of sleep. And then it descends lower and goes 7 times around. And the fourth globe that the life waves go around is always the densest. And so the moon chain had its incarnation, and all the life that's on this planet, or much of it, was evolving there. And what happens is, according to the teaching, is that the different kingdoms evolve through these chains. So the first kingdom is the mineral. Then in this one, it's the vegetable. Then on this one, on the moon chain, it's the animal. That's the focus of the life. And there was apparently animal life as well as vegetable, all the previous things on there, and higher things. There were human entities on there, but that wasn't the focus of the evolution. And then when it died, it left its body behind, and the Lord of the world went into this pralaya period. And this pralaya period is supposedly as long as the period of manifestation. And it's apparently the same length. Well, the one before this Earth, the Earth is said to be 4.3 billion years in terms of its manifestation old, according to the teaching, which roughly accords with what science says about it, actually, interestingly enough. Although the moon is far older, they're not right about that. Why are they not right about that? Well, because, well, in part because their astronomical theories as to the origin of space and time and all that are way off, but also in part because a pralaya effectively goes to sleep and everything kind of dies on it for the most part. And there's no sort of life activity. So anything that you would discern about it relative to radioactivity or geological ages is in suspended animation. So, and in a certain sense, it's like, it like cuts it. And so your time scales get thrown off. But so what, according to the teaching, happens is all the life of the Lord goes into this period of rest, and it leaves the sort of manifested realm and gets time for a new planetary incarnation, and so come back to a comet. And so the Lord of the world, getting ready to reincarnate in now his next chain, the Earth chain, starts collecting matter out of the planetary nebula, which even science recognizes is way out there beyond the known planets, the sort of planetary protoplasmic kind of substance. And it gathers it up and it forms a comet. And hopefully it manages to survive not hitting things like Jupiter, like we recently saw. And apparently that's one of the trials and tribulations during this pralaya period, is it has to eventually survive. And eventually it does. And it returns to the region in space where it was in its former incarnation. And so the Earth came to rest near the moon. Now, when it did it, it was more in a cometary stage. And it wasn't like it is now, and neither was the moon. The moon was much more substantial then. But anyway, it came to rest near it. And so one of the things that the teaching says is the moons of other planets, some of them anyway, are related to their previous incarnation. Now, there are humanities and life on all the planets. It's just that it's only in the fourth chain of any planetary scheme that it reaches dense physical, where we with our human eyes can see it. So there's life on Mars, but it's in the subtle realms and we just can't see it. Or planets may be in the pralaic stage. And so, but there are humanities there, and there are animal kingdoms. They're all just in the subtle realms that just can't be seen. And to some extent, this speaks to some of the conundrum as to, well, did the aliens seed us with life and all this stuff? No, they didn't. All this life already exists in the subtle realms. It's been here for ages. It's all over the universe. It just densifies and manifests and incarnates pretty much in the same way that somehow you incarnate, and out of like an egg and a sperm, it turns into you. That's because in the subtle realms, there's already a template for that enables through the laws of nature and all the sort of subtle realms to aggregate substance into something coherent called a human. Ditto for all the other kingdoms in nature. It doesn't require aliens to seed us. They're the product of the same evolution to some extent. So anyway, we're here on Earth, and we're going through these 7 globes down on the dense physical thing. We can move on to the next slide. So this is just like a little picture just pointing out that this is the previous incarnation of our planetary logos, our planetary life. Some of us who are human now, it said on generally a kingdom, each kingdom that's evolving on a planet in a planetary chain stays in that kingdom. So if you're on the moon chain as an animal, you're going to evolve as an animal there. And then, but you will evolve out of the animal stage into the human stage on the next chain. And minerals become, if you're in a mineral in the moon chain, then you probably evolve into the vegetable kingdom on the earth chain. And so generally it takes an entire cycle of life on a particular chain for the lives that are incarnating through a kingdom to evolve into the higher kingdom. So that was our previous home, and where some of us were running around as animals of some kind or another, and God knows what type of existence. And there's really the moon is said to have shrunk and to be the dead, dying, psychic carcass of our previous incarnation, which is kind of gross. And one wonders what it does to go there and what kinds of things like to hang out there. And, raises questions in my mind as to why some of the aliens are there and what are they, are they good or bad? Said that psychically a lot of the evil influence on earth is the effect of the dead, sort of rotting existence of our previous incarnation, in the same way that esoterically understood a cemetery is a source of a lot of disease, which speaks for incarnation and why cremation, and why we should, it has been the practice in the older cultures, the Atlantean cultures and the previous cultures. It's just now we have this Christian and certain religious points of view that don't have a doctrine of reincarnation and like to cling to the memory of the dead body and all of these weird ideas about being reborn in the afterlife and blah, blah, blah. And so you can't cremate the body. Well, the world would be a much healthier place if we did. So we're focusing on the earth chain again, or still on the earth. And now to zeroing in on it. And so this is the earth chain, the fourth chain, and these are the globes. And there's something that's called, what the teaching says is it calls a life wave. And the life wave is, so let's just talk about humanity for now. And that's what is the emphasis on the earth chain and all the focus of life on earth right now. Even though there are other kingdoms, the main emphasis is the evolution of the human kingdom on the fourth chain. And so we've gone around the wheel, or we will go around the wheel 7 times. So it goes to this globe, then it takes a break, then it goes to this globe, and then it takes a break, and then it goes to this globe, getting successively denser in matter. What it said is where we are in the cycle of time right now here on earth, what the teaching says, what the doctrine says, the ancient universal mysteries say, is that we are in the 4th round of the 4th globe. So some time frames are given. It says that we have been in the 4th round on the 4th globe for 308 million years. It's taken 308 million years for the life wave to, since it's the human life wave, since it's arrived here on this dense physical globe in this round of seven, going around the circle 7 times. It's taken 308 million years to get to where we are today on this physical earth in our physical incarnation. And that it'll take another 308 million years for a total of 600 million years to move on to this next globe. So what it says, what the teaching says about the geological ages on Earth is well, it also says that the planet is slowly densifying and out of the subtler realms of matter that it was in the previous existence down onto the dense physical plane. Some of the lives that we find in the geological strata and record, like the dinosaurs and other things, are the product of the lives on the previous round, and that they sort of densified with the planet into the rock record in kind of the same way that sort of like a photocopy is made. And so that a lot of these existences, they weren't dense physical in the way that we understand it. They had existence on the subtle sphere of the previous globe and in the previous round, but that as life got to this globe that it densified. Now, I realize that just sounds fantastical and ridiculous, but this is what the teaching says. So at any rate, we're here on this physical globe, the Earth, on this fourth globe, in this fourth round. And a human life wave goes through 7 races. Evolve the consciousness of the human life, or the lives that have reached the human stage, evolve through a series of 7 races, which all take place in the period of time on this globe. So this is this whole concept of the root races. So what the teaching tells us about that is, they say the first race was Polarian. It's called the Polarian race. There's very little that's said about it. It's considered esoteric. Many of the durations are not known, other than it arrived here 300 million years ago. It was in a subtle form. It wasn't dense physical. It was on the subtle planes. We can't find any evidence of it because it wasn't ever dense physical. You would never find it. Exactly how long it lasted, we don't know. But what the teaching does say is that out of the first race, each race gets divided into 7 sub-races, and you'll find that the law for manifestation in the world, and it seems to be a universal, is the law of 7s. It governs the physical plane. So every race goes through a series of 7 sub-races, which have equal periods of time. And those sub-races get divided into 7 sub-races, 7 branch races, and so forth. But the second race comes out of the second sub-race of the first. And the third race comes out of the third sub-race, the nucleus of it. And you can also see that they overlap. So they're not purely uniform. And you'll have forms and lives from a previous race coexistent with the lives of the current race. And in some cases, you'll have remnants of them, of lots of them all over the place. And so you can't draw any hard and fast lines. But up to about the middle of the period, what's called the Lemurian race, which emerged approximately 38 million years ago out of the third subrace, is when it gets to dense physical. Now, apparently humanity up to this point was virtually animal. It wasn't really self-conscious. It wasn't entirely human, but it was a group of human lives or spirits which were able to incarnate through this animal form and to achieve self-consciousness. And that process of achieving self-consciousness is called the process of individualization. Now, this process of individualization happens all throughout the universe, apparently. It's just that it's happening here on this planet in an accelerated form for some reason that's relatively unique, and may also be one of the reasons why some of the aliens come here to study it. The process of individualization on this planet is unique in the solar system. It's apparently an experiment that's being tried. So what is said is that out of the fourth subrace, which is in the Bible is referred to as, or out of the fourth subrace, the early nascent Atlanteans were born, and the Bible refers to them as the Gibborim. So this is where you begin to see some of the problems of the Zechariah Stitchins and other things who are trying to interpret all this in sort of these very recent terms. This took place millions of years ago. This period of time was somewhere around 18 million years ago. Now, what it said is what happened here is 18.5 million years ago, which is in the middle of this Lemurian root race. The lords of Venus came to Earth. So Sanat Kumara, who was in training to be a planetary logos, came from the planetary scheme of Venus to put into practice his training and to inaugurate this process of accelerated evolution. and to enable humanity to accelerate its evolution. And so his arrival apparently inaugurated, and it was said to have happened, it started in an age of cancer 18.5 million years ago, and it took quite a few million years to stabilize in an age of Leo, which is related to the fact that the constellation of Leo and the sign of Leo has a lot to do with the development of individuality and individualization. So what's happening here is we see a process analogous going on in our domestication of animals, just like we take an animal out of the wild and we bring it into our homes, and it lives with us, and it starts to get acculturated and take on qualities of a personality that it wouldn't have in the wild. And if it's sent back into the wild, it'll often revert. Well, that's analogous. That is the process of individualization. That animal, which is being extracted out of the group life of its herd or its pack or whatever it is developing an individuality. And that's what individualization is related to. It doesn't mean that the life that's using that form is not human. In the case of the human lives and the animal, it isn't human, it's an animal life. But what it means is that it hasn't developed its sense of individuality as a separated self entity. That has to do with individualization, and that's a process that takes place, and we'll discuss it a little bit more when we get into the realm of get into the nature of consciousness. So anyway, it goes on to say that this was 18 million years ago, 18.5 million years ago, and then the different regions of the planet, these lives sort of gestate and develop on their own, sort of in isolation from others. The Manu is, which is one of those great lords on that chart we talked about earlier, there is a Manu for the third race, and there was a Manu for the fourth Ruth race, who's apparently still here somewhere in China, overseeing the evolution in China of the last sub-race, the Mongolian branch. And there's a Manu of the fifth root race. And these Manus guide individuals that they select life units out of, at the times, into some region of the world where they'll cultivate the evolution of the race. And so some of these terms seem familiar to us, but it isn't the Toltecs of Mexico or Central America that he's referring to, although apparently the Toltecs that are there now are some kind of old remnant of whatever this subrace of the Atlanteans was. Somewhere in the middle of the fifth subrace of the fourth root race emerged, and this was probably 3 or 4 million years ago. It's not exactly clear. Some group was extracted out into the regions in Central Europe, Mongolian area, and they were starting to be prepared to be a race. The rate, to give you a sense of the overlap and the difficulty in placing fixed times on it, when this happened is not clear. But what is clear is that, and what is stated by the teaching, is that by the time of 1 million years ago, roughly 2 to 3 million years after this subrace branched off, it was sufficiently coherent as a unit to be considered its own race, and that this was the progenitors of we call now the Hindu Persians, and that the subraces of the fifth root race are the periods of time are well known. The subraces are said to last 210,000 years. Every subrace is divided into 7 branch races of approximately 30,000 years. Now, astrological and astronomical cycles govern all this. I'll briefly touch on it in a minute. So then you had the group that settled in, that became the Egyptian, and which are the red race, which are related to the Mayans. That emerged about 860,000 years ago. Another branch of it that became the Arabs and the Semites was 610,000 years ago. Another branch of it emerged off. That's what we know as the Celtic and Latin types 450,000 years ago. Then there was a Teutonic branch, which is basically a lot of the origins of the current Western European culture that emerged 100,000 years ago. And that out of what our culture is emerging the seeds of the sixth subrace, and that's what's said to be emerging in America and New Zealand and Australia and in some of the Latin American countries, where you're basically getting a melding and a mixing of Western, Asian bodies. And it's out of that will appear eventually the sixth subrace of the fifth root race, and eventually that will lead to the sixth root race. There's really not much we can say about this because it's in the future and there isn't much said about it. It's what it does talk about, what the type of consciousness that's involved there, and that's really what this is all about. And what was evolving here was the initial individualized, self-realized consciousness of a human. And then what was developing here was basically the personality. And now sorry, I got them backwards. Individualized here, personality here. What's evolving here is the sort of initiatory consciousness of enlightened, soul-infused personality. We're emerging into the kingdom of souls. So that's what's emerging here. So I just stuck this chart here to remind people that these departments of the hierarchy and that the Manus preside over these races, and the world teachers emerge periodically, the Christs, the Buddhas, and God, the Hermes Trismegistuses, the Mens, the Krishnas, and countless others that we don't have any memory of, to sort of impulse periodically the human, some area of the world with some needed teaching that moves it forward. How is this all governed? Well, the cycles are governed by certain astronomical cycles. Now, one aspect of my vocation is that I'm the author of the software Ephemeris, the whole family of software that's available for iPhone and on Mac. And I put all my astronomy stuff to use, and the software does all the calculations necessary for an astrologer to be able to calculate various charts and things like that. And so that's supported my interest in this whole subject, because there are 3 cycles that relate a lot to the weather. And I question whether some of this discussion around global warming is, how off it is. But because there's a lot that the teaching says about these cycles and the effects that they have on weather. And there are cycles that are seen in the weather that go way, way, way back, and in the climate that go way, way, way back on periodicities of a couple 100,000 years and 21,000 years and other things like that. And they don't really have any explanation for it, because you can't say that we were having carbon factories and all that, supposedly, that would explain it. So there's something else going on. Well, what the teaching, anyway, these racial cycles, one of them, the 3 things that are very important are what's called the precession of the equinoxes. And what that is illustrated here. The pole of the earth points to a region of space. And the way the pole is leaning in some direction causes what's called, really, where the point that we see in the sky behind the sun at the time of the Aries equinox, right, the spring equinox. That point slowly revolves, and it revolves around the wheel in a cycle. It takes 26,000 years. It revolves because the pole of the earth is wobbling. And so if you looked in the direction of the sun at the spring equinox every year, you would see the point in space that it's looking at marching backwards through the signs at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And this is the basis for the whole thing of Age of Pisces, Age of Aquarius. The Master Joao Kuhl says that the Age of Aquarius astronomically will start in the year 2117, which means that therefore we are the correct position for the start of the equinox is at roughly 1.5 degrees Pisces, and that it will precess into the sign Aquarius in approximately 115 years. Well, actually less now. So that cycle is a 26,000 year cycle. There's another cycle called the precession of the Apsides, which relates to this point. The Apsides points are, if everyone knows from their basic astronomy, that the Earth goes around the sun in sort of an elliptical orbit or an egg-like thing. And the apsis points are the point where the sun is closest, where the Earth is closest and furthest from the sun. These are the apsis points. Well, these points revolve in space in a cycle of 100. Well, it varies. Right now, it's about 112,000 years, although it oscillates for reasons that science doesn't fully understand. And because of that, the combination of these two cycles creates another cycle called the 23,000 year cycle, which is where an apsis point relative to an equinox point coincide. That takes roughly 23 it varies from 21 to 29,000 years. Now, it's interesting that this cycle and this cycle are approximately the duration of one subrace. There are cataclysms associated with this. Blavatsky talks about the cycle as being very esoteric and secret, and that there are minor cataclysms that relate to it. And she says that there's approximately every decimillennium or half of this 23,000 year cycle, there's a minor cataclysm. The last one being the sinking of Poseidon, 9,000 BC that Plato referred to. So all of this governs the evolution of the races. So I just threw these pictures in here. This is from a very interesting book. I've read all of David Paulides' books. He was investigating he was hired by some entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, he's never said who, to investigate the whole Bigfoot phenomena, because that entrepreneur had seen one as a child. And so he wrote a series of books, and he did really an amazing job of chronicling the history of sightings and disappearances of people, which is kind of spooky. And one of the things in this book he particularly did is he hired a forensic artist who was the head forensic artist for the state of Oklahoma. And so he was very good. And he showed some examples of what he had done in terms of reproducing a person from the basis of a description, and what he was able to artistically render by questioning the person and working with the person. And then he showed some pictures of like the humans that he had done in his crime work. And it's really amazing. And he shows you that to tell you that, look, there's a pretty good chance that this guy was able to do the same thing relative to sightings of Bigfoot, and that these are what they look like. And you'll notice a distinctly semi-human look. It also helped that this particular forensic artist was a Native American Indian. And so that gave Paulides access to American tribes and some of their legends. And so what you're looking at here, according to the teaching anyway, is some evolved version of what we look like before we individualized. Obviously, these things are huge by some accounts. Some of them in Alaska are said to be 15 feet tall. They're massive, shoulders 4 feet, wide feet apart, hugely muscular, weighing anywhere from 800 to 1,000 pounds. Had we not benefited from the arrival of Sanat Kumara and the whole accelerated evolutionary process, we would still be this, according to the teaching. And that's how slow evolution is. And we would eventually individualize and become what we are, but it would take far longer. What we see here, and I think it's interesting because when I was reading this and studying this, trying to figure out what the heck are these things and where do they fit into this whole picture, which is, one of my habits that disturbs a lot of my friends and family, because I sometimes get lost in an intensive study of Bigfoot for a few years or UFO stuff. And drive them batty with talking about it. But I launched into this and studied everything I could about it. And one of the things I landed on, which was the clue for me to what sort of how these things fit in, and which was like an aha moment, was this article that is in that book, Tribal Bigfoot, that I just pointed out, which is an Indian tribe held a press conference in July 1924 after some Bigfoot attacked the village and killed a bunch of people, and up in the Vancouver area. And this tribe came out, and basically what they said is Indians claim that during the process of evolution, when the Indian was changing from animal to man, this tribe, they call it a tribe, did not fully absorb the soul power, and thus became an anomaly in the process of evolution. Basically what they're saying is these are a group of retarded human monads that weren't able to make the transition into the human kingdom. And that the forms we see as Bigfoot are what those animal lives inhabit. Well, I just, this is one of those things where I dig into it and try to see where I can find it corroborates the teaching. This was just a sort of an interesting way of visualizing the whole process and understanding, this is potentially what we could become. Now, what the teaching says is that the door into the human kingdom is currently closed. Why is it closed? For the same reason that you don't admit beginners into a class of more advanced students, because they'll just hold the group up. And so the door into the human kingdom is closed. It is said that the animal units that are being prepared for admittance are those animals that are being domesticated by us. So there may be some of our little dogs and cats and pets and other domesticated animals that arrive at the point where they are able to make the transition, and they'll be admitted at some point in the future, a few million years hence. So this is all related to our Lemurian existence, where we transcended out of the animal kingdom with the incoming of a planetary lord and achieved our individualization in what's called the third root race, or Lemuria, in the middle. One of the teachers gave, through some kind of precipitation, a series of maps to some of the early theosophists that illustrated the world and the condition of the continents at that time. Now, obviously this geologists would violently disagree with this. It has no correlation with it. What the esoteric doctrine says is that the world changes far more rapidly than we realize, and that these changes are brought about when the need arises by the Lord of the world and his assistants in the Deva kingdom, and through the use of certain cycles that have to do with pole shifts and other geological evolution, to rearrange the continents in a much more rapid way than the current plate tectonic theory would say it does. So what they're saying is that during the period of the third root race, this is what the Earth looked like. And they say somewhere that if geologists could dig down under some of the current continents that they think they understand, they would find evidence of other continents. And I don't really want to, I'm not here to debate all that. I'm just basically here to communicate what the teaching says about it, and in relative to the nature of the races, and in a certain sense, in the context of the phenomena, help us to understand that, look, the evolution of history, at least as the ancient universal mysteries and the esoteric doctrine states, is very different. And we don't need any aliens to populate our world or to interfere with our evolution, because there's a far more complex thing that's going on, and for which there is substantial evidence. Fragments of it are in various teachings, but there's all kinds of examples of it around our planet that science just can't explain. And some of them refuse to explain because they're trapped in their theories that we were running around in loincloths 10,000 years ago. So this is some of the appearance of the world during the age of Lemuria. You'll notice that it was over this area of Australia and New Zealand. And so this is brown areas, land in those days. And this is, the white area was water in those days. And it's superimposed on our present continent so we can see the shift. This was the heyday of Lemuria. According to the teaching, this is what we looked like 4.5 million years ago. The statues of Easter Island. I always find it comical that it wasn't until recently that the archaeologists decided to dig down. They all thought that they were just a bunch of heads. But more recently, they started digging down and finding out they're full bodies, and they go way down, and they're far more artistic and have all kinds of things that appear to be writing on them. The current mythology, I'm going to call it mythology, that the people who were found on this island a few hundred years ago carved these things 3,000 years ago is just ridiculous. This is an example of one of those areas where science is just in denial. It just refuses to accept the actual geological evidence in the form of the strata of rock and dirt, and just, you can even see it right here, just how long it would take for that to build up. And there's just no way that this happened in the last 3,000 years or whatever it is that they say the Polynesians did. And I'll point out that the natives on this island don't even say themselves that they didn't do this, that these were here when they got there. And yet the archaeologists insist that, coming up with these fictional histories. At any rate, the teaching says, this is what we look like 4.5 million years ago. This is in the region of, and also this is the size we were 4.5 million years ago, which begins to give us some clue as to the basis for all those stories of giants. Because what they say is, as humanity evolves and as races die, we shrink. And that humanity is now, in the fifth root race, is a lot smaller. It'll grow a little bit, but not much, into the 6 or 7 foot in some later times. But that in general, humanity as it's densifying is getting smaller. And as we become more spiritual, we're getting smaller relative to these big, gross things. This is from Easter Island. Easter Island was over here in this region that was part of the landmass. And what Blavatsky says about this is that this is a fragment of an area that was around one of the largest cities on Lemuria, that when the Lord of the world was getting rid of, and this is the last sub-race, going over here again to this thing, the last sub-race of the Lemurian race was looking like when the Lord of the world was getting ready to, was basically, and this was through a pole shift, destroying Lemuria. This part went down under the sea and then eventually rose back up. This is an interesting thing. This is from a sculpture in the Temple of Angkor Wat, which the esoteric doctrine says is far, far older, and it's just been built over and rebuilt than modern archaeologists think. It's like it's an Atlantean city that goes back hundreds of thousands of years. And one of the things that the teaching points to is this frieze that's sort of mysteriously found here, showing what looks like a dinosaur and indicating that there was a time millions of years ago when some of these dinosaur-like creatures did exist, or how else would they know to carve these? There's another one in this temple of Angkor Wat, which is hundreds of thousands of years old in point of fact. Then it said that it's after a major cataclysm, which cleared a lot of the old Lemurian life forms off, the world changed to look like this. You can still see there's Australia, which is said to be the last remnant of a Lemuria, Lemuria above the landmass of the third root race above the ocean today. Now, what I thought was interesting, one of the things they mention in the Eastern texts is that the last vestiges of the third root race were some tribes that are the Aboriginals that are found in Australia and on the island of Tasmania. It says they're obviously they're not pure. They were mixed with Atlantean subraces as well, but that this is the closest thing to it. And what is just interesting now in this day of the internet, we can go and research and find pictures of things that Blavatsky was talking about in the 1800s. What I thought was interesting about this particular one, this was a drawing. There wasn't a photograph of this person, but that they had ears that you'll notice were similar, and so you can see that there was starting to be there was some vestige of this earlier their earlier forms of their race. So I keep interspersing this because then we get through this whole Lemurian period and we arrive at the Atlantean thing. And now, at some point, 4.5 million years ago, the Atlantean bit split off and the race was in formation. And it takes some time to evolve to a point where it becomes a race in its own time. And there are geological changes that support that. And so we begin to see what the world looked like. This is apparently what the map that the masters gave the early Theosophists to show the world from the period of 1 million years ago up to what they call a catastrophe of 800,000 years. That 800,000 year ago catastrophe was a pole shift. Again, something that astronomers and geologists and earth scientists would deny ever happened. But apparently it happens periodically, and it happens on a scale of far more frequently than we realize. And it's those massive shifts in force that make all the relatively rapid geological changes possible. And that there are always regions of the world that are preserved from these things, and the initiates know where they're going to be. And so these things are a way that they sort of clear out the old bodies to enable the new life to evolve into new forms, so that there aren't a lot of old retards laying around, old retarded, outdated bodies that they don't want interfering with their racial evolutionary plans. It's a bit brutal, but if you understand reincarnation, it's not so bad. So this is what Atlantis in this period said, and here's one starts to see what all the legends say. And by the way, it's these cataclysms, and it's in particular apparently this one that occurred 800,000 years ago, of which all the legends extant on Earth about the Noah type legends relate to. They relate to this particular catastrophe of 800,000 years ago. So the land masses were like this, and you can see, lo and behold, there was something between what's currently called the United States and Europe and Africa. And the primary continent of Atlantis was in this region. And somewhere in there, the root races of the fifth root race began to split off. And the world began to change. And then there was another cataclysm that about 200,000 years ago, after that 800,000 year pole shift, which caused the world to look like this. And it was at that point in time that elements of the Atlantean groups in the Atlantean thing were abstracted out by the Manu of the fifth root race and moved over into this region over here to prepare the early birth of the fifth root race. Fifth root race has been around for a while, and it's been gestating over here, and there's still the Atlantean thing, and that's going on over here. And so there's two different races, which apparently didn't have too much contact until around 1 million years ago, going on in the world. So what did Atlantean life look like? Well, there's a very interesting book. It's called The Dweller on Two Planets. I found it about 5 years ago. And there's a subsequent book called A Dweller Returns. And it basically chronicles the life of Atlantis in this period, in the period of leading up to the 80,000 year catastrophe, and then after it, in up to the period of the final destruction. And I just threw in some pictures in here just to give people a sense. Apparently, in some respects, it wouldn't look very much different than, let's say, some of the cities we have today. This is something that looks fairly Egyptian and or Mayan or something like that. This is a temple of initiation, which has to do with this serpent. The serpent has nothing to do with evil. It's all to do with, in the spiritual teaching, it's to do with the serpent fire, or the kundalini, which goes up the spine through the chakras. And apparently in the latest stages of Atlantis, in the period of a few 100,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago, they had technology, which we only just rediscovered, because after these cataclysms, well, everything gets wiped out. Now, humanity at this point apparently wasn't able to arrive at these discoveries itself. It was dependent upon the masters and the initiates who governed society in those days and who incarnated as the kings and things like that, to give them the sciences that they needed to create these things. And then they were skilled enough artisans and craftsmen to be able to follow the instructions. And so there was some kind of electrical monorail kind of things and various electrical things and machinery, which begins to explain some of the markings and things that they find on the temples in Egypt and some of the constructions of Peru and places like that. There was said to be something akin to TV and radio. This is supposedly a depiction of one of the towers. And then there was another catastrophe and the world changed some more. We get into the 200,000 to 80,000 year period. And this is where the whole colony, Atlantean colony of Egypt apparently began to appear, which is why the ruins that they find there are, in all possibility, very much older. And there's substantial evidence for that fact, both geologically in the nature of the ruins, as well as astrologically. And I'll show you that in a minute. You'll see it was there. And this was the island, the main island of Atlantis. And you can see here that the land was connected here. We didn't have the Straits of Hercules. And there was some kind of inland sea here, but there was a lot of land here. Some of the proof I mentioned, well, some of you may know who this guy is. This is Dr. Robert Schoch. This is John Anthony West. John Anthony West was a student of a turn of the century German archaeologist who spent most of his life, even all through the period of the war, World War II, in Egypt, living and studying the Temple of Luxor. John Anthony West was sort of his disciple, and he wrote a book called The Serpent in the Sky. And they spent, Schwala de Lubitz, his teacher, spent his entire life living in this Temple of Luxor, studying all the hieroglyphs and sculptures and friezes inside there, and came to realize just the age of it and the extent of their knowledge and everything else. And one of the comments he made was that the age of the Sphinx was much older, and than Western archaeologists were saying it was, and that there was evidence of that in the form of water erosion on the Sphinx. And so eventually John Anthony West found this geologist, a tenured, thankfully, professor at the University of Boston, Boston College, I think, and brought him over, and he verified it. And there's a really good TV show. If you can ever find it, you can dig it up. It's called the Legend of the Sphinx or something like that. And it basically features John Anthony West and Dr. Robert Schoch. And Dr. Robert Schoch did this whole geological analysis of the Sphinx and said, look, as a geological scientist, if I was examining any other rock, except for the fact that it's this Sphinx thing that the archaeologists say can't be more than 3,000 years old or whatever, I would say that this is suffering from water erosion, and it's suffering from serious water erosion, particularly the walls of the enclosure in which it's in, that would indicate that it's tens of thousands of years old. Well, guess what? That's what the esoteric teaching says it is. Anyway, that created a huge controversy, and there was a debate between the archaeologists and the geologists, and the geological board said, we agree with them. And the archaeologists said it can't be true because if it was, we would be wrong. Well, that doesn't sound like science to me. That sounds more like religion. But at any rate, that's what happened there. But it just starts to prove, it's another example of the proofs of what the teaching has said, what the ancient doctrine, the ancient universal mysteries say about the origins of Egypt, that they were an Atlantean continent that established themselves there after the cataclysm of 80,000 years ago. And there's further evidence of that in the temple of Dendera, the zodiac of Dendera, which was in the temple of Luxor, which he studied. And if you're an astrologer and know what to look for, you can see the evidence of it in here. And you see there's these different zodiacs in rings going around. Now there's a couple of different positions of Leo. This is one, this is another. And one is shown with the tail up and one is shown with the tail down. The implications of that is that for that to happen is that because the tail points in a particular direction of the constellations, and for it to be pointing up relative to be pointing down, it means that something must have radically shifted. And which means that they were aware of pole shifts and precessional cycles. And if one knows how to look at it, see, this is Libra. Now this is going backwards through the signs in a different way. We have, I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer there, it keeps disappearing. Can you see my mouse pointer?
Yeah, we can actually.
Oh, okay. So this is Libra, and this is Leo, and the sign between Leo is Virgo. There's three positions of Virgo shown. Now, that can only happen, and they can only know that if they have witnessed 3 precessional cycles. Now, just briefly going back to this thing, what I mean by these precessional cycles is this thing, 3 complete cycles wherein the equinoxes took a 26,000 year cycle all the way through the 12 signs. And so they saw one position of Virgo, and then it came all the way back, and then they saw another position of Virgo, and then that's 3 times 26,000, 78,000 years. If you know how to look at that zodiac, now of course, many archaeologists just regard astrology as woo-woo science, nonsense. But anyway, for an astrologer and for somebody who knows how to look at it, it says something, it tells us something. It's just further proof of what the teaching says about the age of Egypt and their astronomical records. And as a side note, the Hindu astrologers claim they have observational records going back 250,000 years. So I'm not really in a position to argue with them, but that's what they say. So these are just some more pictures of life in Atlantis that was described in this book, A Dweller on Two Planets, which was dictated to somebody who's a master, somebody we would call a master, not one whose name we know now in the West. It's not really clear if he has a name that we would know. He's referred to as Philos, the Tibetan, but apparently he's a master, and he was, for some reason, wanted to recount this story of his lives in Atlantis and to give some people instruction on Atlantis. And what I thought was interesting about it is, what does that look like? That's a rod. Atlanteans did have flying machines. There are records of them called Vimana, they refer to them as Vimana in the Eastern teachings. And you can look those up. There's the Nazis were looking for the technology behind this. The thing that happened in Atlantis apparently was humanity got smart enough where what it was learning about the occult facts and the forces of nature, it was starting to become dangerous. And there were wars between the black magicians and the forces of light on the planet. And through the incredible materialism of that, it opens a doorway for something that's beyond, and through receptivity of vibration. And so the forces of light, that's why it's so dangerous for humanity to get too materialistic and too selfish and self-centered. Evil can't establish itself here from outside the planet unless we open the door for it. And we open the door for it through our own evil, through our own materialism, through our own selfishness. That gives it a home. And the hierarchy can't interfere with it in the sense of imposing on us anything. But if it gets too bad, the Lord of the world won't allow his time frame to be disrupted too much, and he will raise a continent or destroy it by fire. And so some of what was going on in Atlantis was this battle that was going on between the forces of evil and the forces of good and light. And that about 1 million years ago, it got so bad, apparently, that the spiritual hierarchy had to retreat into hiding because they couldn't teach publicly anymore all of this because it was too dangerous. Humanity was in this in-between state where it would selfishly and irresponsibly use what it was learning. So I just thought it was interesting. There were these things. A lot of these wars are chronicled in the Vedas and in the Upanishads, and these are all, if you know how to read it, they're basically apparently accounts of battles between Atlanteans, 4th root race types and 5th root race types, and between black magicians and white magicians, and they involved all kinds of advanced technologies, et cetera, et cetera. The world changed some more. This was what it looked like. This is the island of Poseidonus, apparently, according to these maps that the masters gave, that Plato is referring to, that went down in 9,564 BC. Didn't have any, it's not over here like some of the people are trying to say in the various archaeological communities, because their geological plate tectonics say that Atlantis couldn't exist. But Plato, when he said beyond the Pillars of Hercules, really meant beyond the Pillars of Hercules. And this was the last vestige of Atlantis that existed. And it had a lot of black magic going on it. And there was a lot of evil here. And it was wiped off the face of the earth 9,500 years ago. And this change is what caused some of the climate change and some of the stuff that the Graham Hancocks of the world and some of the people that are now starting to talk about this cataclysmic event that happened back then that Plato was talking about. This is what it's referring to. Now, unfortunately, they don't know about this. They don't, for the most part. I often wonder, like, why don't they study this? This part of the teaching would help them understand. They're on the right track. So some of what supposedly existed in some of the technologies that supposedly existed in Atlantis, according to this master Philos, they had an air conditioning kind of thing. Basically what sounds like lamps with crystal tubes. They had book machines that had a psychic way of reproducing the voice and characters in literature. They had instruments of clairvoyance. They had some kind of a mechanism for curing crime by changing the magnetism in the brain. They had basically what we would call rail guns nowadays, but they had electric rifles. They had an organ kind of an instrument, but that was even more fantastic, and it emitted colors and tones. They had iridescent lights. They had some kind of a eternal lamp, which occasionally you hear rumors of being discovered in tombs. They had this electrical monorail type of thing. They had some kind of radio television thing, noiseless machinery. They had the ability to transmute metals. They had these Valix things that he's referred to, which are basically flying ships. They work through some kind of a ability to nullify gravity, but then to move around by repulsing through the magnetic field of the earth. So they didn't go beyond the atmosphere. They didn't go into space. They weren't spaceships, but they could neutralize gravity and fly around the earth. And then they had machines for generating water and for creating recording machines, basically. So it's in our recent period that we've started to recover some of this stuff of our own right. So what is the evidence for some of this? Well, again, one of the areas that I sort of verged into in my efforts to try to find some of the evidence of the teaching and try to prove it to myself was, this is a great book. It's written by Jim Vera. He's a really interesting guy. He's a stonemason up in Boston area, and he just collected the thousands of accounts throughout the last couple of hundred years in American newspapers of the discovery of giants all through the Americas in all through America in the 1800s and in the north and central regions. There were constant reports of farmers digging in a field and digging up some giant 12, 15 feet, 18 feet, where occasionally when the bones hit the air, they would just disintegrate, or occasionally something would manifest sufficiently. And it's said to be a hoax, but there's a lot of evidence that it isn't a hoax, that this was just covered up by the Smithsonian. Now, there's all these rumors we keep hearing about, but they're persistent and they're true. The Smithsonian got its hands on this stuff when it could, because it seems to have been in the hands of a Christian fundamentalist between this period of time. And this violated his racist ideas about, because they sort of regarded these as Native American Indians, and they had bigger brains and all of this sort of weird, old, ancient, these weird old Victorian era racist points of view about, heavily colored by Christian fundamentalism. All of these discoveries offended his sensibilities. So he apparently seems to have presided somewhat over the destruction of all of these things whenever he could get his hands on it. I've read this book, and HP Blavatsky in The Secret Doctrine also mentions it, which is why I took it as worth reading, because she mentions it. She mentioned the countless discovery of these things as evidence of these earlier, larger forms of man as we existed in our larger Atlantean bodies. And these are sort of some of the remnants that were still here in early days. And so as on basis that I read these books, and there's just hundreds of articles. They can't all be true. It's the same thing as the Bigfoot sightings. They can't all be wrong, right? There's just too much evidence that in any other field would be taken as evidence of a phenomena that needs to be investigated. But we all understand that in this realm, because we all know that there's way tremendous amounts of evidence for UFOs, and science just brushes it aside due to the apparently engineered intimidation in an effort to hide the fact. So you can watch some documentaries on even recent evidence of the Catholic Church suppressing this. There are numerous reports of giants, even today, skeleton remains being found on Malta, in Corsica, in Sardinia, and there are numerous reports throughout historical evidence, like some of the Greeks and Roman, Herodotus and others reported these tombs being found with giants of 18 and 20 feet being found in them. I saw a documentary not too long ago. You can dig around, you'll probably find it on YouTube. It was a Vimeo thing that I bought, and it was going through Sardinia and Malta and interviewing, like within the last 10 years, farmers who recounted that, yeah, they've been working in a field or digging this up or something or other. And lo and behold, they come across some one of these giants in one of these sort of structures, these old types of structures, these old tombs and cairns that they find all through Europe and in England and the islands of the Mediterranean. And they find these huge bones and these huge skulls. And what shows up? A bunch of guys from the Catholic Church who take it and say, don't talk about it. It's not good for the teaching. It's not good for the doctrine. Just forget about it. This happens today, still being suppressed. Why? Why don't they want us to know our history? I just include, this was an interesting photo. This is in South Africa, apparently. It's a footprint. Look at the size of it relative to that guy who found it. I think it's real. I think it's an evidence of one of the earlier giants that I don't know if it's this round or a previous round, but it's huge. And that would support something on the size of 27 or 35 feet tall, which is what we supposedly were in the period of time in Atlantis 4.5 million years ago. Now, geology says that something like that can't solidify, but it could if it was mud. or this could be from a previous round in one of those things that I was talking about that densified as the earth came out of densification. So then modern science would say this is an evidence of some kind of genetic throwback. They call it, it's a genetic condition that they say is to produce this. But what I want to point out is, no, it's actually a recessive gene. And you'll notice it's strange how all the faces sort of look the same. There's a certain similarity. Anytime you see one of these abnormally large humans, there's always the similarity in the facial structure. It usually involves this huge jaw, this protruded jaw, the eyebrows, this sort of weird square face. You'll see it here, this trapezoidal kind of a thing, and the shape of the nose. And there's a certain similarity of it. And what I'm suggesting is this is evidence, just like periodically bits and pieces of our previous evolution through the various kingdoms of nature. You know, a human is born with 6 fingers, or a human is born with a tail. Well, guess what? It's still in our genetic record, and occasionally our past appearance starts to surface. And so we see occasionally some reemergence of our earlier shape and size, obviously modified with time, but the similarity of it between the facial structure is just there's something too consistent about it to be what they say it is. And so now we come to our race, the fifth root race. As I say, it's been evolving as a distinct thing for about 1 million years. It started much earlier, but as a distinct thing, a separate thing, it's been about 1 million years. And all of these races have to do with the development of consciousness. And in this time, and it has the name Aryan. It has nothing to do with the way that Hitler distorted it. I don't know where Hitler got it. Perhaps he stole it from the secret doctrine. He was an occultist. He was basically a black magician. He brought in black magicians. It's not well known, but it's a really dark book. It's a difficult book to read. It's called The Spear of Destiny. It was written by a student of the occultist that Churchill hired to help him investigate all the occult stuff that Hitler was getting into. And that person told his student, Trevor's Ravencroft, about it, and he wrote this book. And, sort of a side note, but got into, all of this stuff. Hitler brought in a bunch of Nyingma, sort of black Tibetan monks. He also had a group of black magician kind of Japanese monks living in Berlin, helping them. And he had people, all the sort of Indiana Jones kind of stuff, particularly in the Raiders of the Lost Ark and all those allusions to Hitler and the Nazis looking for traces of various ancient magic is basically true. And Hitler was looking for Atlantean technology because they had weapons and they had an understanding of flying machines and things like that he was hoping to discover. Fortunately, he didn't succeed. So anyway, we get to the purpose of, to what we're trying to do now, which gets into this whole subject of the nature of the consciousness and the nature of soul, which is another subject that keeps coming up in this realm of the phenomena. And so it's like the last area that I want to get into, and I realize we're way over. So, but I'll just keep going until somebody tells me to shut up and take questions if anybody's still alive at the end of this. And so this extract I took out of the book, The Treatise on Cosmic Fire, essentially sums it up, what the purpose of all the root races is, and where we've gotten to at our present state. And it basically says the methods of individualization. And there are various ones, but the one that's happening here on Earth is this accelerated process the path of initiation that's been fostered by the Lord of the world, Sanat Kumara, the lords of Venus. And he says, we have seen how the characteristic method of individualization in this solar system is the result of force emanating from the cosmic mental plane, which sweeps into activity those entities whose function it is to form the body. Now note that, the body, not the ego, but the body of the ego, out of their own living substance on the mental plane, and thus through their own quality and nature endow human units on the physical plane with the faculty of self-consciousness, thus producing man. Now, the reason I emphasize the body is that there are two kingdoms of evolution here on earth, according to the teaching, the ancient doctrine. One are the monadic lives, and then the other are the Devic lives. And the Devic lives, the Devas, which in other traditions are known as angels and fairies, and they have their grades of evolution. And people sometimes see them as nature spirits and all kinds of things like that. They're responsible for the building of the forms that the lives that incarnate in those forms use to evolve their consciousness. So there is a class of entities called the solar angels. It is the first master that anyone will encounter. It is the master of your life. Some traditions refer to it as our guardian angel. It's apparently an initiate of every degree. It's way beyond the evolution of the Buddha. It somehow extends a fragment of itself onto the mental plane to help us bridge the gap between what we are as Atman, as Jiva, Atman, or monadic life units, what our real category of hierarchy of life is, and the forms that we use. And it helps bridge the gap between, and this is why it accelerates it. And this is what the Lord of the world did. They sort of came here with their advanced evolution and sort of shine upon us in a certain way that enables us to sort of turn towards the sun and rise up much faster than we normally would. And so the solar angels helped us individualize and help us develop our consciousness, our self-realized nature much faster than we would otherwise. Goes on to say it is their work also to energize the mental units of all men and to coordinate by means of the force which they embody and to energize the sheaths of their threefold lower man so that they may in due course of time intelligently express the will and purpose of the indwelling thinker. Through the carrying out of this function in the case of the human family, certain planetary and systemic conditions are brought about. So first, it helps us develop self-realization and our consciousness so that we can play our part in cooperating with the Lord of the world to achieve his objectives. This is the key to the clue to the human evolution and to the nature of consciousness and how it evolves. And it's actually the whole purpose of the evolution of life as it incarnates through these 7 root races. I include this diagram because in a certain sense, this is from the Prome of the Secret Doctrine, and it's apparently 3 symbols, some symbols that were in the stanzas of Xian, which illustrate, they illustrate the nature of consciousness. So what you have here is a circle who's empty. It helps you understand the nature of consciousness. So this is a being in which all potentiality exists. And so it can be taken to be a solar logos, a solar lord, a planetary lord, but who hasn't yet manifested and who isn't yet self-aware. The next symbol, this one, the point in the circle in the center, the point appears. What is the point? The point is the perceiver, the perceiving consciousness, the life that starts to have perception, and immediately duality arises because now there's a point that's perceiving and all that it perceives. And so consciousness is related to duality, to the perception of duality, and all the pairs of opposites, good and evil, light and dark, black and white, male and female. They all pertain to the manifestation of this dualistic type of consciousness. This symbol pertaining to consciousness, it starts to give you an understanding of just what is consciousness. It's that thing which starts to become aware of itself as the center and what it observes and what it perceives, and that the whole nature of mind is dualistic. And you hear these kinds of things and the problems that we have, and these even manifest in our conception of reality in physics. They're struggling with this concept of duality and dualism and causality. And there's an interesting book I'll get to in a minute that gets into this. So the consciousness has been evolving through the races. It goes in successive stages, slowly developing self-awareness. In the first root race, it was purely to the physical, and the second, it was developing emotional, and the third, it was developing mind, and when it sufficiently developed mind and became self-aware, as I just said, we split off into the separation of the sexes, which is a reflection of this emerging duality. And this is the thing you see throughout history, is that it's not that we don't evolve out of the forms evolve out of our evolving consciousness. And so the forms conform to the needs of the indwelling life. And that when those forms no longer serve the needed purpose, they die. And then new one, like we reincarnate when we get too old and our soul can't make useful progress in this life. And then we get reborn in another one. But the same thing happens on ever larger scale, civilization and cultures, entire races. Now we get into the sort of the evolution of consciousness as it's starting to emerge in our race, in our Western civilization, in our Aryan kind of a culture. And one of the things that, particularly in the science of Raja Yoga, the science of meditation, you have to understand is the distinction between the thinker, the instrument of thought, and the object of thought itself. That is like the primary distinction that one who starts in the process of meditation has to start to learn, to realize those three distinctions. And a lot can be understood in those three distinctions. Those symbols I was just showing you, particularly the point in the circle and the point in the center, illustrates that. The thinker is at the point. The object of thought is the sort of circumference, or whatever it sees in its consciousness, whatever it's examining in its consciousness. And the instrument of thought is the mind that it's using to observe that and to think about that. These are three separate and distinct things. Now, the allegory of Narcissus and Plato's cave attempt to communicate some of this in early forms. These are the early Greek allegories and stories that were beginning to try to educate us into the nature of consciousness. And the way evolution evolves and the way we evolve is that the consciousness, and this is where the story of Narcissus comes in, is it identifies with some aspect of our being. So in the very simplest form, it identifies with the physical body and it thinks it's a physical body. And it fights vigorously to protect that physical body. And when that life of that physical body, which is a distinct life from the thing that's living in it and incarnating through it, and yet in the esoteric teaching gets into some very detailed science about that. So when the physical body and the life of it says it's hungry, we say, I'm hungry. But is it? If you examine your consciousness that's looking at that, what's happening? There is a perceiver that's becoming aware of some condition that's developing in the physical mechanism that it recognizes as hunger, and it says, I'm hungry. But is it? Is the observer the thing that's hungry, or is it the physical body? Well, Raja Yoga will tell you they're two separate and distinct things. And the human man, the soul, is incarnating through it. The Jiva Atman, the life that's living through the physical body, and it has others, not just the physical one, is misidentifying with the form it's using. It isn't that body. It's using that body, and it shouldn't disrespect that body. It should take care of it, and it should be thankful for the lives, the whole system of lives that operate automatically. We don't have to worry about it, but it isn't that. That is not what we actually are. Now, this whole question of consciousness is coming up, and it's particularly coming up in the realm of physics. And this is a book that I became aware of last year. It's a very good book. I would highly recommend it. It's in the vein of some of the, I've always been interested in the physicists who are looking into various areas of Eastern and thought and philosophical thought to try to understand the questions that they're coming up against. And Wolfgang Smith is sort of one of these, is an interesting one in that he's a physicist of some renown, actually. He first went into Eastern thought to try to understand it and spent a lot of time studying Hinduism and wasn't finding the answers he wanted there. And he's the only example I know of a physicist who returned from that and became an Orthodox Christian through basically apparently his wife, who was an Orthodox Christian. She, or the woman that eventually became his wife, she introduced it to him. And so a lot of what he writes is sort of in some of that Aristotelian kind of a vein, and it's a little difficult sometimes to wade through in the vocabulary, but what he's trying to do is introduce the idea of causal consciousness or soul consciousness as being the avenue that physics has to go in order to get out of the cul-de-sac that it's currently in, of all of these nonsensical things that they don't actually have any proof for, such as string theory and dark matter and blah, blah, blah. There's a whole host of things that they've invented. And he goes through, it's a short book and it's very readable. It's not hardcore physics. Occasionally he touches on it, but you have to know something like a level of high school or early college physics in order to understand it, just to be familiar with some of the experiments that he references. But it's a very readable book. And he's addressing the problems of consciousness and the nature of consciousness and the problems that it causes relative to the way we attempt to model the world in physics. And one of the things that he gets into, which I think is interesting, because this is another question that keeps coming up, and I hear it frequently within some of the UFO circles, J Unity and Jimmy Church, who Knapp's another one that I really like. But Jimmy Church, I find really, a really good interviewer. And it was actually on his radio show where he was interviewing there was a documentary made on Wolfgang Smith, and he was interviewing the filmmaker. The documentary sucks. I don't recommend it. But the interview of Jimmy Church, of the filmmaker, was far more interesting than the filmmaker's documentary, because he explained, the 4 years that he had to go into to understand all this in order to properly make the documentary. And he explains it very well. It's just a bit of a mystery why it didn't come through in his documentary. But that's what alerted me to Wolfgang Smith. And then I went out and got the book. And in there, he talks about things that, like, for instance, the mathematician Gödel in 1933 rigorously and mathematically proved that human consciousness is not algorithmic. It's a hardcore mathematical proof that hasn't been defeated yet. And it basically proves that human consciousness is not algorithmic. It is not the product of the machinery of the chemistry and the physics of our brain that it works through. Now that's sort of an area Western science has really gotten too materialistic, in that it's trying to find consciousness in the atoms and chemistry of the brain. Forget it. It's a cul-de-sac. You're never gonna solve the problem that way. The brain is like a computer, and the analogy is real in the sense that, well, a computer sitting there on the desk doesn't do anything unless a programmer like me, who has an intelligence and a consciousness completely apart from the computer, comes along and sticks a program in it. The computer isn't going to spontaneously spring to life and develop consciousness. It isn't. Well, Kurt Gödel proved that in 1933. So I don't know why some of the physicists and scientists, probably because they can't understand the proof, are still like wanking around in that area, but they are. Now, the physicist Roger Penrose, after reading Gödel's proof, observed, and this is actually quite correct relative to the yogic point of view, that the consciousness which sees the validity of a proof is not, in fact, a process. The process of seeing is an instantaneous thing. I can present with you with an algorithm, and some people will understand it and some people won't. Roger Penrose basically realized, well, that the whole process of understanding an algorithm is a process of instantaneous seeing. It isn't an algorithm. He agreed it wasn't an algorithmic process. There is the observer, the thinker. Suddenly, it makes sense to his consciousness. It's an instantaneous thing. It's outside the mechanism of thought, and it's outside the thought itself. It's the observer who's looking at this. Suddenly it sees it and makes sense in his consciousness instantaneously. And so this is the point of view that Wolfgang Smith is trying to introduce. And it's very illuminating to people who haven't studied some of the yogic sciences, in terms of helping them understand the nature of consciousness in a Western way, in a Western physics kind of way, because the physics of the West is valid. It's empirical. It's legitimate. You can't fault it. It's producing scientifically and correctly, even under esoteric teaching of a thing must be proved before to be accepted. The masters, they don't fault humanity for not arriving at this yet, the correct point of view. They understand that it has to go through a process. They only fault you if the evidence is staring at you in your face and you refuse to accept it. That's a different problem. But the whole process of science having to work itself through logically and arrive at these things itself is valid and correct. And I make a habit in my life of finding those individuals and those trailblazers who are working in an area, because it helps me understand, how everything's moving forward, and who are pushing into a new area. This guy is one of them. If you're interested in that kind of thing and in physics and in what it says about consciousness and the nature of reality, I highly recommend them. So in this Eastern teaching, in order to understand the evolution of consciousness, there is a whole very evolved, what I call spiritual anatomy. And it was laid out for us in extensive detail by the Master DK through the works of Alice Bailey. This is another one of the charts. This comes from the treatise on cosmic fire, I think. It illustrates the relationship between the various physical and subtle bodies of the human unit and how they exist on the different planes. And at some point, when one starts to consciously tread the path of spiritual evolution and begins to start actively working to develop various subtle and advanced states of consciousness, one has to study this. And as I say, all the bodies, the physical, is surrounded by a subtler thing called the etheric body, and beyond, more superior to that is the emotional body or the astral body. And so you see it goes up in planes, but they really should all be regarded as centering around the point of our existence on the physical plane, and then just spreading out around us like concentric rings of a sphere in subtle matter, and they're all interpenetrated. So they're not like arranged like this, they're all simultaneously interpenetrating, and they consist of subtler and subtler forms of energy and substance. And the consciousness tunes in on them kind of like a radio channel. So when you're awake, you're basically functioning down here in the physical body. And we perceive with our physical senses water and gas and matter and so forth. And occasionally, if some of us have etheric sight, we begin to perceive the realms of ether. And at night, when we're asleep, we're up here in this realm of the astral plane, and in our dream bodies. And if we have astral clairvoyance, occasionally in our waking mind, our consciousness will flip into seeing that. Now, it's highly distracting, and it's not recommended to develop, because the whole purpose of human evolution, particularly at our present stage, is the evolution of the mind and the relationship of the mind and the soul, and using that to relate to our true source of life, our life unit, our monad, up here. And so this chart is showing the relationship between the chakras in each of the bodies. And so it may be difficult to see, I don't know, but it's talking about the base chakra and the solar plexus and the throat center and the heart center. And it's showing you on what subplanes in the etheric matter these things exist and the relationships between them, and how it's interesting that the head center on the highest regions of the etheric plane, basically the physical plane, relate to the base chakra. That's the chakra at the base of the spine in the astral body, which relates to in the lower regions of the astral body, which relates to the head chakra in the higher regions. And so there's a tremendous amount of information in here for someone who knows how to look at it and who's someone who's beginning to study these things. And what this particular lotus here shows in the middle, this is the causal body. That's the thing, the supposedly our solar angels anchored this point here on the mental plane that enabled this vehicle of consciousness wherein our sort of consciousness exists, and to mediate between what we truly are as spiritual beings up here and our bodies down there. And so a large part of our existence, until we achieve an advanced stage of enlightenment, is the integration of all of this into one highly developed, perfected personality. That's what the teaching says is going on here. And so there's a tremendous amount of science in the works of Alice Bailey. It's called the Aquarian Age, the period of, really, we're entering into it now. It officially starts 2117, according to the Master DK, when the sun processes into the sign. But there's an overlap between the Piscean Age and the Aquarian Age of approximately 300 years, 150 years on each side. And all the sciences that are emerging, and the science, what's called the science of living, and the sciences of the Antichrona, which is the building of a certain type of consciousness, the science of meditation, the science of service. It is a science esoterically understood, and a whole host of other sciences are presented for us in this Theosophical Dispensation so that we can scientifically approach the path. And like any other science, the experiment must be performed to be reproduced. And in this particular realm, you must conduct the experiment yourself and verify the fact of it. And so the teachers don't demand that you believe it. They say, look, this is it. This is what we've learned after millions of years of experience. If anything that we say makes any sense to you, then you'd be wise to consider what we say. But in the final analysis, only you can do it for yourself. And you must go off and prove it to yourself. And you must go off and study Raja Yoga and train yourself and evolve yourself and prove this to yourself. These charts, they're very technical. I've been studying them for 40 years, and I can't claim to understand them all. There's parts of this particular chart here that comes from the book Esoteric Astrology that pertains to the various kingdoms of lives. This is the human hierarchy, the human monads. This is what's truly evolving through us, and this is the level on which it is. You'll notice it's the fourth up. This is why the fourth chain in the Earth scheme is the current focus of evolution in this chain, and on our globe is the human kingdom, because the human kingdom is the fourth, and they evolve from the bottom up. In the seventh chain, it'll be this one. But right now, it's us here. And when we learn to play our part, then we can play our role in the scheme of the whole and basically serve the kingdoms below us and play our part in the whole. So there is a relationship between the various yogas and the root races. It's said that the yoga of the third root race, the Lemurian, which were, basically primitive, as far as we're concerned, were the first primitive human-like things that we would recognize as such. The yoga that they studied with was Hatha yoga. That was the first yoga that was introduced. Why? Because the human body and their control over it was fairly nascent. And they had to develop control over all the different parts of it, conscious control of it. Basically, symbolism of it being that the indwelling life had to take control of its mechanism and learn to control it. And it started from the bottom up with the physical body. And then in the fourth root race, in the Atlantean, they started with Laya yoga, which is in the yogas, it relates to the chakras. The reason being was that it was related to the training of their control of the use of the various etheric centers in the body. Now, I should point out that the system of science of the chakras, it changes with the races. And so there are certain problems in studying the science of the chakras as it exists in some of the Eastern books, because it's changing and it's not the same for the West. This is not something that's well understood. It is talked about in the books of Alice Bailey and by the master, but that we need to use these books if we're going to start messing around with that stuff in order to properly understand what's appropriate for us here in this root race, in our development. The science that followed it was the science of Bhakti Yoga, which was the yoga of devotion. Now that was designed to develop the lower human individuality is the ego, the little personal self. And it's all related to the astral plane, this plane here. And it was eventually the combination of those two things and the whole science of Bhakti Yoga that became essentially what's called the impetus for our present spiritual evolution, devotion, right? And the early mystical path is all related to this. But this originated it started in Atlantis. The possibility of that development existed then. The whole system of initiation, which I haven't really got into, that becomes available, well, in the third root race, the highest that was available was the third. Alice Bailey is said to have been a third degree initiate. Various very advanced personalities are. It's a perfected personality. Jesus at the stage of transfiguration was said to be going through the third initiation. The initiation that became available to humanity, the highest one, was the fourth, or the Arhat. Blavatsky was an Arhat. It's said that Abraham Lincoln was an Arhat. Interestingly enough, he studied the secret doctrine. Not a well-known subject, but he did, apparently. Jesus, at the time of the crucifixion, had achieved the Arhat status. The Buddha collected loads of Arhats around him, and they all then, after his teaching, went out into the world. And Pythagoras was said to be one of the Arhats that gathered around the Buddha. And if you look at the time frame, it does equate, and he's apparently said to have emigrated to the area of Greece and founded the Pythagorean school to start introducing all of that kind of a teaching into the West in a Western context. And Pythagoras is what's now the personality that's now known to us in the Theosophical Dispensation as the Master KH, or Kuhumi. He's on the teaching line and was said to eventually hold the office of the world teacher. So, and then we come to the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, this book, said to have been taught for 1 million years, but written down 11,000 years ago by Patanjali. There's a lot of controversy amongst Asian scholars as to when he lived. I'm not going to argue with the master. They say he wrote it down 11,000 years ago. I'll take their word for it. And what they say, though, is that he just wrote down the system, and which had been taught for over close to 1 million years. What is this book? Why now? Because these five, and one of these things they'll discover in the teaching is that numerology is your friend, and there's a law of harmonics. And the fifth yoga for the Western type of consciousness, the fifth root race, here we are, the fifth root race, the Aryan, in the fifth sub-race, the Anglo-Saxon, developing the fifth principle of mind, fifth as in the way the numbering is another one of those tricky things in the teaching. And this is why it's difficult to make any assumptions unless you know how to read it. Some of these, sometimes they count down and sometimes they count up. So you have to know the context in order to know, are they counting down to the fifth or up to this fifth? And there are harmonic relationships, but at any rate, the fifth plane is what's being developed right now in the fifth root race. The third root race was the first physical root race, the other two being, as I mentioned earlier, subtle, and there's no physical remnants of them. So the first truly physical thing was here. And so, that race that worked here, and then the Atlantean was developing here, and we here in the fifth root race are developing here, the fifth counting down. This book covers the problem of union, the steps to union, the union achieved, and illumination. What that means is the union of consciousness and form. And so the whole objective of it is to first train the meditator in understanding the distinction between thinker, thought, and instrument of thought. So as I was mentioning earlier, right, the meditator has to first develop the ability to concentrate. Our Western civilization and culture is teaching people a lot of that. People, programmers, writers, people in office work, they're all learning to concentrate. You'll find out how well you learn it if you sit down and meditate in the Raja Yoga style, which is what's called yoga with seed thought. It is not, Raja Yoga does not empty the mind. The objective is not to empty the mind. Even the Zen Buddhists sometimes are said to teach you to empty the mind. You're not. They give you a Zen cone. That's like a seed thought. Well, what is the sound of one hand clapping? What is my face before I was born? Those are seed thoughts. The mind is occupied with attempting to work them out. Now, they're illogical, and they basically, it's like shoving a gear in the logical thinking of the mind, that the clever dick mind, as my English friends call it, that thinks it knows what's what, and it shoves a wrench in it and stops the gears so that it can perceive something else. The Eastern Indian approach to it through Raja Yoga is a little different. I find it more useful and more conducive to our Western approach. And that's meditation with seed thought. Meditation with seed thought, you'll get a seed thought. And what you have to learn to do first is to concentrate on it. So in other words, to keep all other thoughts that are unrelated to it out of your mind. So when, what am I going to have for dinner intrudes on your meditation, and you have to push it away. And you have to keep bringing the mind back to the object of meditation so that you think about it and only it. But thinking about it, you're allowed to do things like, well, if there's words in the seed thought, such as, what is the nature of my soul? Well, define soul. Expand the whole concept of what a soul is. What is nature? What would a soul nature be like? What is my soul nature? And all of this stays concentrated and focused on purely the object of meditation, causing the mind to become like a lens that opens out into what's behind it. And it becomes illuminated along the lines of thought, the thought form, the thought that's being held in the mind, that is being concentrated on, becomes like a lens in which a certain type of light can shine into the mind and illuminate it about the truer, subtler, hidden natures and elements of it. Why? Because the purpose of mind is not to show how smart we are and to be arrogant assholes. The purpose of mind is to function as an instrument of communication and of registering of high spiritual truths so that they can be communicated. So someone who's really proud of their knowledge is in serious danger of going on to the wrong path, because it's evidence of pride. It's evidence of separated, selfish, self-centered self. And that's a danger. And people are held back from getting past a certain point. if they evidence too much of that. And the whole yoga of Patanjali, the whole system and science of Raj Yoga is designed to cause the mind to be able to register what the soul, what our true consciousness aspect knows on its own plane. And it's on that level that we can relate to and connect with all these subtler, the masters and the teachers, and understand what the plan is, and to start to contact the ideas which are not on the plane of mind, yogically understood. Ideas are on the realm, on the plane of buddhi, the plane above mind. And the entire evolution of humanity and the plan for humanity and for the planet, it exists as a design on the tracing board, it's as we say in masonry, in the mind of the architect, the Lord of the world. And it exists on the Buddhic plane. Those plans are laid down for us by the arhats, the fourth degree initiates. That's their job. And they leave these ideas there. And then the more illuminated senior initiates who develop sufficient soul, mind, brain fusion, and who've perfected themselves enough to properly register those things, they bring it down. And then you'll find them working in various areas, often quite innocuously and behind the scenes, and they don't often make themselves so well known. They tend to hide if they're smart, and they just drop interesting ideas into various areas. And so that's the whole purpose of Raja Yoga. And it's this, to understand this and to get into this level of it, it really does require this whole understanding of the science of the occult and esoteric and spiritual constitution of all the bodies. Because as I was pointing earlier, it's like, and this is where the story of Narcissus and things like that get into it. And what it's trying to communicate, right? Narcissus is the story of the boy who stared at his reflection and fell in love with it. That's attempting to communicate the nature of our problem. So the perceiving consciousness stares at its reflection in whatever vehicle it's identified with. And if it's identified with the physical body, it sees that something coming back from the physical body, which it isn't, but which it is using. And it's reflected back into its consciousness, and it says, I am this physical condition. And then there are other people who can just get concentrated and, for hours and hours and hours and forget that they're hungry. And so that begins to be someone who's so engrossed in other things that those types of identifications, they don't impinge on the consciousness in the way that somebody who isn't yet sufficiently free of identification with their physical body can. The next level up to it is, once you get beyond that, then you start identifying with your feelings. I feel this way. I feel happy. I feel sad. I am my feelings. I like this. I don't like that. All those are relative to the emotional body. And some people are more affected by it than others. A person who's sufficiently evolved that body begins to a certain extent clear, and it becomes less reflective of, and that body is highly sensitive to what's going on around it, which is why it can pick up the feelings of other people. It's through the astral body that you know that your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your significant other or your husband is pissed off, or happy, or your kids are in trouble, or whatever it is. It's because psychically you're picking up the emotional waves through your emotional connection. But there's all kinds of things floating around on the astral plane that people leave with their own feelings. It's why it's, if you're embarking on some practice of self-purification, the last thing you want to do is to walk into a smelly old dank crowded bar, because you're going to walk into a place where people's lowest nature is in full display, and they're leaving all kinds of pollution on the astral plane in that place. Now, I'm not saying never do it. I go in there occasionally for fun, but if you go into one of those things, all kinds of things are going to intrude into your aura, into your body, and all of a sudden you start having urges that you normally wouldn't have. Well, that's because you're picking up on these things. They're floating into your astral body. And because you're identified with your astral body and not sufficiently detached from it, you say, oh, I feel like that. But did you? Who was the observer? And what did it see? And what was it feeling? And who was feeling? And what was the feeling? So that takes us to the end of it, where basically I get to some questions and how does this relate to the phenomena? And I can open the floor to questions if anybody's still alive after this conversation. And so I'm just going to briefly, these are questions that I hear popping up here and there. One of them that comes up, I know Linda Moulton Howe has been asking this a lot, and I've tried to write to her, and I don't know if I've ever reached her through to her. She's never gotten back to me on it, but they, this idea of soul containers, and this keeps coming up in this teaching. And what is a soul? And are the aliens here to steal it? And so what I'm here to say is, well, no, they can't. Because if you understood anything of what I was saying, you'll understand that the soul is you. The soul is your consciousness that you as a life unit have evolved through all of your existence. No one can take that away from you. All they can take is the body if they do that. Now, the group of aliens that I encountered, as I mentioned earlier, they appear to respect the law. The gray that I encountered, that seems to be involved in whatever genetic, it's the same story we keep hearing, or one of the stories that we keep hearing of, that there's some problem in their race, they're on their planet, and they destroyed themselves, and they needed some kind of genetic rehabilitation, and that they were basically coming here and borrowing genetic material in some cases from people who on a soul level had agreed to cooperate. And that's what this girl that I was dating at the time was saying was going on. And through her agency managed to get a brief interview with this alien who basically told me some of this stuff and corroborated it. And the love and the power coming out of that being was just undeniable. I've only ever experienced anything like that from the master and from the spiritual beings from our earth that I've encountered. And so I don't question that being at all, and I don't question their motives. They're off doing that, and I don't think they're here to steal it. Is that true of all of them? No, I don't think that is true of all of them. The teaching talks about something called cosmic evil. I'm not going to say too much about it, but I bumped into a cosmic orc once. I call it that because, much to my shock and amazement, it looked exactly like the orcs that appear in the movie, The Lord of the Rings. And that was proof to me of something that the teaching says, which is that nothing can be imagined, which doesn't exist somewhere in the universe. I bumped into that by sort of fighting above my weight, so to speak. In the teaching, we're told, mind your own business. Cosmic evil is something that only the lords of, only the masters can hold at bay. Through the law of non-interference, I don't think for the most part, they're allowed to come here and interfere. The one exception being what the teaching says is that we have, and it's explained, it's expressed for us in something here called the Great Invocation, which is apparently something that the Lord of the Christ uses every day. One of the last stanzas of it says, "And may it seal the door where evil dwells. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out. And may it seal the door where evil dwells." Now, that's telling us something very esoteric, and that's telling us the whole problem in our present civilization and culture. And cosmic evil cannot come here unless we open the door for it. What opens the door for it is selfishness, greed, and more so in particular, lying about spiritual realities. So propaganda, false truths, disinformation, fake news. That is the instrument of the forces of evil. They seek to control the minds of men by distorting. And what the teaching says is, what we need to do here is to mind our own business. We must put our own house in order. So we must address those problems of right human relations. We must learn to share. We must learn to not make war. And we must learn to do all of those things and to put our house in order right here on earth. And then negative, nefarious influences from the outside won't be able to come here, because they can only come in through reciprocity of vibration. If we create vibrational conditions that make it possible, then they can find a way in. And the way they come in is through influence of the minds and through influence of desire and so forth. They don't work physically so much. They find agents on the physical plane in the human kingdom who are happy to cooperate with them, or are so egocentric, materialistic, and selfish that they're easy targets and avenues for control through subtle impression, such as a Hitler and all the nefarious types that he was working. They were working through them. And what I will say, if it's true that there were some UFOs and aliens and things like that cooperating with him, and there seems to be some evidence for it, then I would have to say, well, those weren't the grays that I encountered, because whatever was cooperating with him had to know what he was and what his intention was. So they were not good. I don't like thinking along those lines too much, but it has to be considered. So can the soul be stolen? No. It is your consciousness, you, the perceiver, what you developed through your long, long series of incarnations for the last 18 million years. It can't be stolen. Maybe you can be killed and knocked out of your body, but you'll reincarnate. What's a soul container? We're soul containers. There is some evidence that, obviously these aliens, what they're doing is they're creating vehicles for their own incarnation. Along this line, there's one person I've encountered out there. I've heard him talk on Jimmy Church. I've heard him talk on maybe George Knapp. It's Daryl Ankar, and the entity that he claims to channel, Bashar. And I will say that a lot of what he says corroborates with what that girl told me and what the gray told me, back in 1989 or 90, whenever it was, relative to what the grays are doing in abductions. He says it's one group. And then he also says some other things about something that they're doing relative to what he called, well, he doesn't quite use it, but it has sounded a lot like helping with the emergence of the sixth subrace, of the fifth root race. Now, maybe, I don't know. Some of the things we saw in we were looking at earlier in the relationship between all the stars and the systems that our Lord of the Sun, our solar Lord, is related to, certainly makes it possible that some other humanities from part of this, within the body of this great Lord and this great life that we all live in, would be coming here to assist with some work on this planet. I don't know. But they're not going to, quote unquote, save us. That's another thing. I hear some people saying, well, why don't they come here and take our nukes away? And are they going to take our nukes away? And are they going to save us? Well, for the most part, no. For the same reason that Christ doesn't return. They won't interfere with human evolution. Humanity, particularly at our stage, has to have free will, and we must arrive at the need for this of our own free will and accord. And so they're not going to come and save us like mommy or daddy. They've told us more than enough. The teachings of Christ in the Beatitudes and in other places, they tell you what you need to do. It's really simple. The message of Christ was really quite simple. It wasn't complicated the way the churchianity makes it sound. He said one thing: love your fellow man or your brother as you would yourself. Brotherhood. That's the basic message. The awareness of the soul that knows that it is not just the physical body. It is not just its feelings. It is not just its personality. That is actually a fragment of the great one life, of this planet, and that all men and women and lives on this planet are part of that scheme and hierarchy, and brothers of some grade or another, higher or lower, and sisters. And it's really quite simple. He told us what to do. Love. That's all. And when we demonstrate that in our civilization through right human relations, he will come, he will return, and not before, because to come too soon would to interfere with it, would be to interfere with it. Now, it was supposedly thought that there was a chance that he was going to appear in the last 50 years, but some things went off track at the end of World War II, and maybe I'll do another talk sometime on the whole esoteric history of World War II. But things went off, and we may be delayed a few hundred years. We'll have to see. I don't know. So who are the aliens and why are they here? Well, as I say, some of them are telling us why they're here. Others, there's some evidence in the teaching for these relationships of various humanities in the various star systems that are related to our star system, of which, the things we keep hearing about, like the Pleiades, the Sirius, the Great Bear, the Little Bear, the 12 constellations of the Zodiac, and all the stars, all is part of some great life that's all interrelated, and there's all systems of energy and consciousness and life that move around between it that relate them all. So I find it interesting that a lot of the reports that come from people who encounter these beings and get told where they're from and other things like that, these names and star systems and keep coming up. I don't disbelieve these people. I listen to what they say, and I believe that, that the predominance of the evidence says that there has to be something there. Why do they interfere with our nukes? I'm not sure. I think Tom DeLonge, I read all his books. I think what he has to say is very interesting. And I read a lot of that stuff as part of my whole attempt to understand, which has to do with my own personal evolution, and work relative to Masonry and other things. It has to do with the history of the United States and what's going on here. And things went off track in this government. So I started looking into that. And he said one thing once, but apparently got told to shut up about it, was that, and I dug up a history of all the nuclear tests, and often they corroborate the tests with subsequent interference with our missile silos. There may be a correlation. And one thing that Tom DeLonge said was that apparently we were attempting to interfere with undersea bases that we knew of, and that's why we were having all the Bimini tests. They were holding them there as an effort to disrupt all that, and that was pissing the aliens off, and they were and he only said it once. He said it on George Knapp, one of the first couple of appearances. You can probably go back on Coast to Coast and find it. And that, we were essentially attempting to destroy them, and that they were basically, that's when they, started interfering, but it was basically coming over and saying, look, this is what we can do, knock it off. So I don't have any proof of that, but he did say that once, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's true. That had the ring of truth. Let us just say, when I heard it, a little bell went off. So that concludes my talk. For anyone who's still alive and wants to, I open the floor to any questions or any comments. So
so great. Not only alive but vitalized, feeling exuberant. so interesting and so fascinating. And I apologize that I've been popping in and out. I've had to do some multitasking here today, but I'm really looking forward to going back and doing a slow sift through this entire video. And I know that there will be further follow-up and questions from people in the comments section of that when that goes live. And for now,
Sure.
I do have questions, and
Sure.
I'll put mine behind a few others in the queue here.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was quite a banquet. There's a lot to digest. Thank you. It's been a full, I feel like I was at the Aranos with Jung. And no, it's really good. I wasn't quite prepared for this length, but, and especially about this whole issue with the soul and stealing soul. I think that's where it fundamentally gets to this whole level of what's going on with the soul, especially the soul of us individuals, as well as the soul of humanity. I think there's some really major spiritual discussion, conversation, and confirmations there. But anyway,
my thought in doing this was there's all these questions popping up, and I just thought, well, look, there's so much that this can put people's minds to ease, because some people are really quite concerned and fearful, and I get it. I was at one point, but there is, if you can understand it, and admittedly, it takes a long time. This is not some subject that you can just jump into. It took me 3.5, 4 hours to just give you a cursory kind of magical mystery tour through it. But it's the product, my ability to do that is the product of 40 years of study, and I had a purpose for doing it. It wasn't just a sort of passing interest. But there's a tremendous amount in here that can help people trying to understand this phenomena, put it into a framework. So that's what I was hoping to do, just give people a framework.
Yeah, in terms of that framework and dealing would be to take a look at the time scales in terms of Antarctica, and how might any of this relate to Antarctica. You were talking earlier about the Nazis as well as, Atlantean. That might be a way to make a connection. And that was my question. How does this, because the time frame, but I think fundamentally.
Did you see the whole talk?
Yes. Yeah, I've been here.
Well, so I know that that's a question that keeps coming up, and that's why I went into some of the discussion on the races and the cataclysm that changed the face of the earth, and the time frames from the perspective of the ancient teachings, and the whole evolution of the races. The time frames are not correct as modern geology understands it.
I realize that, and
So does that mean Antarctica isn't a reality? Yes, it is, but I can't say whether we're correct in hundreds of millions of years or 20 or 34 million years, because that's what the whole thing about the evolution of the races say, in the cataclysms that disrupt it and basically clear away old forms and make room for new forms, is that like a pole shift occurs. And there was apparently one that destroyed Lemuria, and then that would have rearranged the entire planet. And so Antarctica isn't where it was now. The whole in the teaching, it talks about a time when the North Pole was on the plane of the ecliptic, which means that it was pointing at the sun, and that the equator was where the pole is. And so now modern archaeology and modern geology and earth science doesn't understand how this is possible. But the teachers have a formula for it. They'll tell you that every precessional cycle of 26,000 years, the earth changes its inclination by 4 degrees.
Yeah.
And that when it reaches a certain inclination, a readjustment happens, and it realigns and organizes, and that produces a whole set of cataclysms. So I'm not saying that Antarctica is wrong, and I'm not saying that all I'm saying is that there's a really good chance that is some Atlantean remnant down there that's now under the ice.
Totally. I think that's where a connection could make, and this certainly makes climate change rather a small point to be concerned about. But well, no,
yes, that's another problem. I mean, and I, you can't go out. I can't go out there on the basis of the teaching say, look, you're all wrong on climate change.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not good for the environment to be pouring chemicals into it and to be raping and pillaging the planet. But by the same token, there's a whole lot about the cycles of the precessional cycles of the apsides and the equinoxes. That, I mean, what I always thought was odd was if you look in the ice cores that they have from Antarctica, they go back 20 million years. There's an oscillation in the carbon levels and in the temperature levels. Where did that oscillation come from? It's not explainable from the standpoint of, well, maybe it is if you believe that Atlantis was out there, throwing off carbon, but I don't think they did. They had other energy forms. So it's not explainable in the context of our modern civilization and culture. So where did those oscillations come from? We already have proof right now, and the fact that they have to keep reorienting the magnetic compass orientation points of airports all around the world because the magnetic pole of the Earth is shifting. Now, the teaching says that the pole of the Earth is going to flip in another 16.5 thousand years, and it'll completely rearrange it in preparation for the 6th subrace of the 5th root race. It gives the exact time. It says in 16,500 years. I find it interesting that if you work that back in terms of the procession of the ages, it'll happen at a time of an age of Cancer. The age of Cancer is when all these things started. It's when humanity individualized. It's when all the cycles start and end. The age of Cancer. And in an age of Cancer, approximately 16,000 years from now, because every age is 2,155 years. That's how long it takes the equinoxes to process all the way through a sign. We'll be into Cancer, and that the pole will change its inclination by another 2.5 years, and apparently that's the sort of point where it reorients. And the fact that the magnetic pole is shifting, these things aren't sudden. I mean, there's this obvious long period of time where it's slowly unfolding. See, the physical is the end result. It's in the esoteric teaching, the physical body is the end result. Illness is not the product of problems in the physical body. It's more often the result of problems in the emotional body or problems in the consciousness. That's why, all the esoteric teachers say, study the conditions of health rather than if you want to understand, if you want to cure people, because it's not the manifestation of not the dis-ease, not the misalignment of soul and body. You don't look to the, well, if you want to understand the true causes of illness, you don't look to the physical form.
You're preaching to the choir. I know that. Yeah.
So the point being is that the magnetic poles, they represent the subtle body of the planet, the energetic body, which is foundational to the physical body. Yeah. And the fact that the poles magnetically are shifting is implying that because the pole star is its orientation. It's the planetary orientation. There's something very significant, esoterically important about the planetary orientation. That star has something to do with the spiritual orientation and alignment of the Lord of our world. And so as humanity, which is a reflection of him, and his evolution evolves and shifts and changes, then there are going to be changes in his orientation. And that implies a pole shift and a new pole star. And consequently, so as that begins to happen subjectively, then it happens in the subtle body. So we start to see it in the etheric body or in the magnetic poles. And eventually, the body can align with what happens subjectively with the inner life, and there's a pole shift.
Gives new meaning to polarity therapy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's the time and the timing, the chronology. Some of this might be comparable also to the process of Whitehead and process philosophy and process theology. There's some comparability there in terms of conceptualizing this in terms of the all. And as well as, of course, with Jung, there's a whole lot of archetypal stuff going on here. And I would be curious what Joseph Campbell would say or do with any of this. I don't know if Campbell read any Blavatsky or not, but
I don't know about Campbell, but I just popped up the last slide of my thing. It's the reading list. So you might want to screenshot that, because to get a sense of these cycles, the secret doctrine is obviously in here in the secret doctrine. This is the source text for a lot of it, but it's scattered all over the place, and it's in the main body of text, and it's in footnotes, and it's quite frankly rather poorly organized.
Yeah, I don't Steiner on there. How would Steiner?
Well, let me just finish the thought. So, but what you want to look at is the works of Arthur Edward Powell.
Okay.
The solar system. He gets into the whole thing on the rounds and the globes and the chains and the time scales and the periods of time, and he does it in a very concise, comprehensible manner. So if you're trying to understand the time scales and all of this, you can look at that. And he explains the whole concepts of the densification of the body of the planet as it goes through these cycles. The other one that I would strongly recommend is the works of, if you can find them, they're hard. I was looking on Amazon; they're not so easy to get. You got to go into Abe Books and dig them up. But I think they might be on some Kindle. Peruka, this one, Galaxies and Solar Systems, Their Genesis and Structure, that has a lot of this.
Good.
If you want to understand the whole framework of it, then you have to look at this. This book will, if you've studied any of the various mystery teachings anywhere in the world, and you're wanting to know what is the thread that holds them together, that book pulls it all together for you.
Well, I did order that physics book, so that looks
yes, good. Excellent book. I really love that book. It's on par with the Tao of Physics.
I'm going to be doing a long drive from San Antonio out to Santa Fe, so I'll put this on and listen again to this recording. Very good. Thank you very much. And yeah, there's a lot here to dig into.
Now you were asking about Steiner. He's also very good. He seems to be in a slightly different branch of the teaching, but a lot of his works are quite good. I've looked at a lot of them, and none. I haven't found anything that he's written that's in disagreement with it. I have to admit, I haven't spent tremendous amounts of time in it, but I have 4 or 5 of his books, and I've read all of them. Really, I know he was targeted by Hitler and all of his, so that tells you something. He must have been a good guy if Hitler was trying to destroy him and wipe him off the face of the map.
Good. Well, thank you much.
In order to understand those types of questions you're having, and why it's hard to answer things in the context of what Western geology and plate tectonics says about it, you'd have to look at what I was saying earlier about the races and the planetary movements, and it's not going to corroborate it exactly. The geological ages, what science doesn't understand is how the planet densifies. It comes, as the life wave is coming around through the rounds and globes and chains, it's coming down through the subtle bodies into the dense physical, and it's only in this 4th globe, in this 4th round in the 4th globe, that it gets super dense. But there are lives on the subtle realms in the earlier periods of time. And as the planet densifies, and one of the things that Blavatsky says is, look, some of these dinosaurs that they find petrified remains of from 300 million years ago and things like that, they weren't in this round. They were in the previous round that was subtle. It wasn't dense physical. But as the planet densified, not unlike a photocopier makes an image of makes a picture of a subtle image or of an image, or reproduces it, as these things densify, these etheric images appeared in a rock strata. So it presents various problems. A dear friend of mine who recently passed, who was a geologist his entire life, and who was also a student of this teaching, and who I've known for almost 30 years, always find people have in their various areas that they think they know, they have problems. He struggled with this problem for his entire life. He just couldn't accept it. He just spent his whole life as a geologist, studying the age of rocks and measuring their radioactivity and all of this other stuff, and thinking he knew for sure what the ages of the geological ages are and all of that. And along comes this teaching, and it just blasts at the bits, and he just could never accept it. He just wouldn't. That was the one area where the teacher got it wrong. And that's why I always kept reminding him of, look, listen to what the master said about the nature of radioactivity and how it changes. And look at the proofs that they just recently discovered, where radioactive decay is changing on an annual basis, or they're measuring it. If they start to measure the radioactive decay of certain elements over an entire year, they see a periodicity, an oscillation that implies that radioactivity fluctuates with the solar cycle. Well, if it fluctuates with that, what else does it fluctuate with? Well, what the teaching says is radioactivity is the evidence of life, and it changes as the life evolves, and that the initiates of any kingdom are the radioactive thing. So the initiates, the most advanced members of the mineral kingdom, are the radioactive elements. Were they always radioactive? No. What are the initiates of the plant kingdom? They're the perfumed plants. Perfume is the vegetable kingdom's equivalent of radiation. The perfume is the radiation. And so when a plant, when the lives that are evolving through the plant kingdom reach the perfected stage and the most evolved stage and become the equivalent of an initiate, they become perfumed. They radiate. And it goes on to say animal magnetism is the equivalent of that in the animal kingdom. And it goes on to say that the radiation of an initiate, his aura, the presence that permeates an entire room, if you've ever been around one, let's say the tremendous aura of love that was coming out of that gray that I experienced, or the tremendous power and presence and aura of a teacher, if you've ever been in the presence of one, that's the radioactive element. But that isn't a constant. It changes with the evolution. And so as humanity evolves on this particular cycle, which is all about the evolution of humanity and human consciousness, not always, but in this particular chain, the fourth, where humanity and the human lives are the focus of evolution, as they evolve and become radioactive, all the lower kingdoms that depend on them reciprocate. And so this is the problem. The geologists got it right in terms of the strata. They can see the strata, and they're not wrong about that. Those strata indicate stages of evolution. Where the error comes in is attempting to fix years to them based on geological and radioactive types of decay, because that is not a constant.
Oh, wonderful. Just curious, I have a list here, Cliff. So off the top of my head, just based on what you were saying there around the variability of decay, is there anything in the teachings about the variability or lack of in the speed of light?
This is an area I was going to get into. It's another question that keeps coming up. It gets fairly esoteric, but it gets into the whole nature of consciousness as it relates to time and space. Einstein is not wrong. Here's what the master says about time. He says, the time, at least as our human consciousness registers it, right? And you'll understand why there is such a thing as time, as cosmic time. But because space is an entity, and it's, in a certain sense, it is related to this diagram that we were looking at before, right? Space doesn't exist in a certain sense until there's a perceiver or a consciousness to perceive it. And so as soon as there is, then the space is what arises between it as the perceiver and whatever it is perceiving. That is space, and its circumference is large or small in a certain sense relative to the consciousness that's perceiving it and the life that's the perceiver. So in the realm of a solar lord, it's all space. And what the master says about time is he said it's just the perception of successive states of awareness. So for us, and you know, people, I sometimes hear people talking about, why does it feel like time is going faster, or why does it feel like time is going slower? Well, if you're sitting on the bus going, when's the bus coming? 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 Time appears to be going slow because you're having this very limited sort of cycle going on in your brain that's constantly having these little events, looking at the clock and waiting for the bus, and looking at the clock and waiting for the bus, and it seems like forever because you've had a load a load of little successive states of perception and awareness relative to this thing passing through your brain, looking for a change, and it's not happening. But you could completely forget about it and pick up a book and become engrossed in something entirely different, and the time flies by. Now, did time change relative to the outside world? No, it didn't. Your perception of it changed. So now, does that mean there's no real time? Well, it means that Einstein was right, it is relative, but the cosmic time in some of the really esoteric books, it relates to karma, cause and effect. Karma is just another word for cause and effect. We know it in physics, it's called, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. And so causes set in motion eventually produce effects. So it's in that way that time is intimately connected with space. It's all tangled up with the consciousness and the perceiver. And if you start to understand this idea of successive states of awareness as like slices in time, because that's what they are really, you begin to see, the problems with light, because light is related to consciousness and perception and the perceiver. And like you begin to understand, if you understand time in that concept, you begin to understand the nature of clairvoyance or prevision. And the best way I can describe it is like this. If I throw a ball through the air and you take a photograph of it, that's one slice in time. Now, if you don't know the causes and the physics behind it, it's just a slice in time and there's a ball in the air and you don't know where it's going to end up. But if you know the causes and the physics behind it, even though you only saw it here, or you're only looking at it right now, because you understand the cause, you know what the effect is going to be, and you know where it's going to end up. This is the basis of prevision, because seen from certain perspectives outside the conventional three-dimensional mind, in the realm of the soul, in the causal, beyond the limitations of concrete mind. And to get into that realm, you have to study Raja Yoga, and you have to fuse mind and brain, soul, mind, and brain, and start to be able to perceive with higher aspects of consciousness that you don't normally use in the waking three-dimensional brain. From there, it becomes possible to see the cause that set in motion certain events and effects, and therefore the outcome can be known. But that has limitations. And this is why even the teachers say, well, we know what the causes are that set certain things in motion, and within certain parameters, we know what the end result is. But people have free will, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen for sure. And it's analogous to, well, a ball could be thrown, and you can do all your calculations and be damn sure where the thing is going to land. And yet a bird could fly in and hit the ball, and that throws them all off, because you don't know what other external event that you didn't predict or anticipate is going to, relative to that cause, is going to interfere with it. So it's in this, it's in here where this whole nature of time and space and light, they get into problems. And this is what Wolfgang Smith was all about in his book, In the Realm of Causality. This is what the idea that he's trying to introduce into physics as the explanation for a lot of their problems. He's basically saying, well, look, if you've got, and I find it interesting that he's talking about the realm of causality and conscious causality. It's exactly approximating what the yogic sciences say, and he probably knows more about it than he's saying, but he's trying to prove all this in the realm of physics, which is what I find is most useful about it to our Western sciences. He's basically saying, look, the solution to a lot of these problems, they lie outside the realm that you're studying. And the only way you can access it is by understanding the causal aspect and the nature of consciousness. So he's basically saying what keeps coming up in the context of this phenomena. It's only by consciousness that you can an understanding consciousness. And the fact that consciousness is instantaneous. It operates instantaneously. You instantly see the correctness of an algorithm after you kind of crank through the math, but you instantly appears to your consciousness. You can instantly go in your mind anywhere you want in the universe. Masters don't need, you go there by the speed of thought, but the speed of subtle realms of thought that don't depend on the physical body and the three-dimensional consciousness we have. Masters, they aren't born the way we're born through, or some elect to get a body that way, but many of them don't. After the fourth initiation, the causal body is destroyed. They don't have any karma in the cause in the three worlds. They're not going to be reborn through the normal means, through the law of cause and effect, in the same way as the causes they've set in motion in their earlier life drags them back into incarnation through the birth of a normal parent. No, by that point, the Arhat, the almost master, has mastered everything that the lower three planes of the physical, etheric, and astral and lower nature of mental bodies can teach him, and he knows all the laws and sciences relating to it, and he can create his own body of manifestation. So does he need an alien to get him on a UFO to take him anywhere? No, he doesn't. He can go anywhere he wants simply by the speed of thought, and because he knows the laws for the manifestation and can create his own vehicle for manifestation to appear in whatever level of existence that he's capable of functioning on, he can create a body of manifestation. Read the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Yogananda if you want to get your mind blown there. Now that's an autobiography written by a yogi who isn't going to lie, and he recounts some amazing stories of the beings that he encountered, of being equivalent to Christ, that we don't really know so much about in the West. Some of us have heard about him. He's called Babaji. He's said to be equal in evolutionary status to the Christ and assists him, although he's just not in the forefront. And that Yogananda tells these stories about his encounters with this being who would just snap his fingers and appear along with all of his disciples. And then he would spend some time there, and then he would snap his fingers and would magically disappear and show up somewhere else. In the West, we would regard that as completely fantastical and insane if anybody said this. But here's a saintly yogi who came to the West to tell us something, telling that this is a being that he encountered, that who regularly did this, and he experienced it. So what the teaching says about the nature of time and space is, it says, well, for humans in our limited three-dimensional consciousness of the concrete brain, unless it's illumined, time is an illusion presented to us by the concrete mind and the successive passages, but that it's all tangled up with this concrete mind brain created awareness of time space. It isn't a real thing. Now, they don't say that there's no real time, because obviously there are cycles of time, but they pertain to the unfolding karmic consciousness intentions of the planetary Lord, and relative to our entire existence in this solar system, to the plans and purposes of the solar Lord. And it's the unfolding of his thought in his consciousness and the causes that he sets in motion that create the cycles of time that govern all life in our system anyway. And so that's the only real time from our perspective, or from the yogic perspective. So the problems of the speed of light are all tangled up with that. They're not a limitation for spiritual beings, because they can, as I say, they can pop around anywhere they want. How we can transcend them in physics, well, that's going to take, to some extent, yogic types of awareness. And as they begin to, in this awareness that's emerging, it is prophecy that there will be the discovery of the soul. It was prophecy. It was said to be on the verge of discovery around now. But because of this delay that I talked about earlier, it may not happen for a while. But what's said is going to happen is that there will be scientific proof that will probably emerge in France out of the scientific community in France. And so sometimes I look to CERN and wonder if that's going to be it. And that what they'll eventually do is find proof of the soul, you know, scientific proof of it, and a way to illustrate it. And as soon as they do, it'll start to enable us to visualize the etheric plane and some of the subtle planes. And that will completely destroy all of our, you know, concrete minded Western conceptions about death and reincarnation and all of those things, because people will see what happens after death and the leaving of the life from the body, and the fact that it's still present and can be communicated with. It'll all be visible on some kind of TV-like device. I don't know, that's a long-winded answer to your question. It's what it basically says. The short answer is Einstein got it right. Time and space are relative. And in that conception, actually, the speed of light isn't a constant. It's actually variable. It's all relative to where you're moving. It's just that it always appears to you in your current position in time and space and with your instruments of measurement to be the same. But, you know, if you're, according to Einstein, if you're moving in the direct, you know, in a certain direction, you know, things get shorter, clocks go faster relative to somebody who's stationary. So you measure a minute and I measure a minute, but the time is not the same. So is the speed of light? No, what we measured, how we measured the speed of light in our foreshortened, shorter rulers, shorter time clocks moving. So everything's changing. All time and space is changing relative to our motion. So what it's basically saying is it's all relative to your consciousness. And so speed of light isn't a constant. It only appears to be constant to you wherever you are in your time frame.
Wonderful. So I remember having some Rosicrucian friends who had related that through the history of the lineage, there was these intervals. I think I'm getting this vaguely right, although this was literally decades ago that I was told this, but intervals of 99 years of behind the veil, 99 years in public. So sort of this respiration and the oscillation of esoteric, exoteric, where there would be a century of more public sharing than a century of more private work, and that they had suspended that alternation because of the urgency or quickening of the conditions on the planet. And I'm wondering, and I apologize if you addressed this before I had got on the call, but I'm wondering if you've seen within the lineages and umbrella of paths that you've been sharing with us here today, if you've seen any shift of that variety in which traditionally esoteric paths have shifted how they function with the public because of the conditions that we're in.
Well, sure. You know, in this whole chronology that the teachers gave out, they talk about these cycles of emergence, and so there are some really technical areas that get into something called the rays and the incarnation of the rays and how they influence movements in the arts and the sciences and in the evolution of civilization and culture. In terms of, I'm not aware of a specific 99 year. I've never heard that one. But it doesn't, you know, I wouldn't, in principle, that's the way everything evolves, right? We do it every day. We die daily, right? We go to sleep, we take a rest in consciousness. We go into what the Eastern parlance would be called a mini pralaya. And then we reawaken to a new day. It happens in our lives on a larger scale when we die and then take a rest and get reborn to get a new body, so that we have a new young form that's not conditioned by all the bad habits of the old and the limitations of the previous, and we move forward. The teaching says the same thing happens on every level. It happens in civilizations and cultures. It happens in races, and this is why they chronicle all the cycles. And so they say that every sub-race goes through, every root race goes through 7 sub-races. And in the case of the 5th root race, and I'm sure that these time frames relate to all of them, but I think they get shorter with each successive race. but some of those things are like the really secrets of the teaching, which they don't really divulge all of it. But basically what sort of emerged is that the fifth root race has sub-races of 210,000 years, and that those sub-races of 210,000 years are further divided into sub-race, into branch races of sevens, which is 730,000 years. And then we can sort of see the remnants of that in our own Western civilization, in these groups that I was talking about earlier, and the Hindu Persian. What we know as the Hindus today are the remnants of this subrace. They're obviously, evolved and changed, but they're the remnants of it. And the Egyptians were related to the second subrace, and the Arabs to the third. And these were the 210,000 periods. But then there was all of these subdivisions in here of 30,000 years, and that starts to approximate, some of the stuff that we've seen where civilization seems to have come out of the East through Persia through Persia and the Assyrians and the Babylonians and into the Chaldeans, and into the Middle East. And those 30,000 year periods can get divided into smaller things like 3,000 years or something like that kind of start to equate with some of what we know. So even in that, you see these cycles of birth and death of civilizations and cultures, where the sort of evolutionary thrust is moving around. So in general, though, what's been said about the whole thrust of the teaching is that it was redeemed now as the time, and that for the last few hundred years, really, humanity is the hierarchy has been preparing to the Western mind to, and that started through the whole scientific revolution as we came out of the Dark Ages. That was related to certain groups of initiates, related to the Mahachohan, Master R, and why his personality seems to have popped up all through Europe in the 1600s and the 1700s, and why he's tied to Roger Bacon and Francis Bacon and the works of Shakespeare as they were preparing the language. And it seems to be moving around and subtly and behind the scenes influencing the evolution of the sciences. What's sort of interesting for me is I'm very interested in American history, and I've studied it, through the Revolution. Benjamin Franklin's one of my favorites, and Benjamin Franklin was clearly an initiate. I mean, who else can do all the things that he did? Jesus, he invented the postal system. He came up with the concept of insurance and of fires, and he helped form the government, and he discovered electricity, and he was just like an amazing mind in all kinds of areas. Well, guess what? He was a disciple of Master R, obviously. And you know what the proof of that is? Oh, I know this as a Mason, because he was a Freemason in the United States. But when he was in France, in Paris, he presided over the lodge of the Nine Sisters, Les Loges de Neuf Sœurs, which was the Master R's lodge. Comte de Saint-Germain was said to be the master of that lodge and the founder of that lodge. And he would only allow one of his senior disciples to preside over it in his absence. And that was Ben Franklin. So obviously he was a disciple of Master R, or at least a senior disciple and initiate who was trusted enough. Now, I went looking for that lodge at some point in the 90s when I was in Paris on a couple of different trips I went. And I eventually found its remnants in the Grand Lodge of France, which is near the base of the Montmartre. And I went in there as a Mason, and I was shown around, and they had this book out. It was just like sort of an interesting side note, and it was this record of this centennial gathering that occurred once every 100 years. And so I'm like looking at it, and I noticed there in 1702 or something like that, or whenever it was, I see there's the signature of the Comte de Saint-Germain. It's right there. Like, And then I look over on the next page, the record of the attendees of the centennial of 1801. And there's a bunch of names from the previous thing, and they all had more dead, as in not present, dead, more. But there's the signature of the Comte de Saint-Germain, not more, signed in person 100 years later. And I was like, oh, got a little buzz, interesting confirmation. Thank you for allowing me to see this. I just wish I had an iPhone to take a picture of it. And I didn't at that time. It didn't exist. It was before Steve Jobs invented it. I went back a few years later looking for it, and for archival purposes, because I was going to take a photo of it, they had it, in storage, or they take these books and they put them in nitrous and nitrogen gas and preserve it. But the person did tell me that if I ever came back, if I was going to go back, I should call him, and he would, as a Mason, he would tell me whether or not it was publicly display, and if it wasn't on public display, but it was at least not in the nitrogen, that I would allow me down to see it and photograph it. I hope someday to be able to get a picture of that.
There's no way to call ahead and find out what those cycles of display are.
Yeah, he did say they were like 6 months on and 6 months off, but he didn't say whether it's like rigid or what.
That's fantastic. I love it. I also wanted to ask about sovereignty. He was really appreciating what you were saying about the soul as something that can't be taken, intrinsically, innately sovereign, autonomous, and how much fear and anxiety there is, quite understandably, around human sovereignty in the mix of this human non-human relationship and dynamic. And what I was wondering about is kind of a two-parter. So one is that although the soul can't be taken, of course, we see through human history so much subjugation, so much, you've referenced Hitler a bunch of times, but of course through our whole history, there's this human to human attempt, and at times success, we could say, of the subjugation of human sovereignty. So one of our potential, I would say actually a lot of what you've been sharing today that really lit me up was that this facet of human choice, as you were saying, evil can't come here. True cosmic evil cannot come here unless invited, or unless we are opening
We
portals.
create an opening for it through our own evil actions.
And that's kind of what I'm wondering about this, our issue being less that human sovereignty is being impinged upon or subjugated by the non-human presence, perhaps less that, and perhaps more that human to human disenfranchisement and subjugation is opening that door wide open to whatever else is coming through.
Yes, it's exactly the same thing. That's what I mean. So human evil, right? But human greed, human selfishness that enslaves and abuses other humans. That all of that gross selfishness and materialism opens the doorway. But it's human mistreatment of other humans that creates conditions that make it possible for agencies that don't want us to achieve in consciousness and to become free of our limited limitations. Now the teaching sort of strangely says that all of this is the origins of that are somehow lost in the karma of our planetary lord and our solar lord. And so in a certain sense, it's not entirely, it is within karmic bounds, but that in the final analysis, for the most part, it can't come here if we don't give it an opening. Now, I'm not saying that the aliens are that, although, Hitler was very clearly, an agency that was mistreating humans. He was enslaving and, wiping out all loads of peoples. Whole segments of population for reasons of bigotry his distorted ideas of racial supremacy and all this other stuff. And it's all that evil, human to human, mistreatment that creates the door. And so maybe in that context there were some entities that were coming here to cooperate with him because he was creating a huge opening. There was something that I was gonna briefly mention. I didn't want to. There's in this book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, which is an amazing book because it's one of the few places where the teachers actually talk about what's going on in current events. And this was all written all through the period of leading up to and through the World War. And the teacher, the master, in this one thing talks about one section talks about the great spiritual event that is the release of atomic energy. And how, there's a lot of people in sort of pacifist and new age circles that say that the dropping of the bomb was horrible. Now, the teacher regarded it as a great spiritual event because it shortened the war and in the final analysis saved millions of lives. All you have to do is study the history of World War II to understand what was going on in all the islands leading up to the attack on Japan, and to know how many Japanese and innocents in between on all the islands and Americans were dying, and what would have taken to defeat Japan, to realize that the dropping of that bomb saved far more lives than it took. Like the estimates of American generals in World War II that it would cost us 2 to 4 million lives if we had to invade Japan. And God knows how many millions of Japanese would have died. And instead, what they did is they dropped it. They completely turned the things around, and MacArthur went in there and in an amazing thing, out of it emerged a democracy that became one of our closest partners ever since. And so, I don't know why I got on that, but.
It's very interesting. And I was wondering if there are any further injunctions and trainings in the teachings that specify. Obviously, a lot of this is already what you've shared today speaks directly to this, but it's one of the things we work with a lot with experiencers, which is cultivating consciously that sovereignty and claiming it, and then tending to and curating the ecosystem of the consciousness and the soul in order to optimize all of that. And I know so much of what you've been sharing is speaking directly to that, but I was wondering if there's any other, kind of the secret handshake of human sovereignty, or what, like the secret teachings or orders, or the esoteric side of those protections and capacities that are entrained when you get into this path. Anything further there of interest or specificity?
Well, I mean, what a lot of abductees say is that they made a soul contract to cooperate. Now, and that was sort of what the Gray that I met, at least the one that was doing the abductions of my girlfriend at the time, said, we recognize you're a soul contract with your master, and we don't interfere in people who are doing that kind of work and have a role in this whole scheme of things. To at that stage, we don't interfere. Now, my sense is that they don't transcend the law, at least the ones that were doing the abductions, some of them. I can't say that for 100%. I've only encountered one, and there are certainly loads and loads of other. But in the final analysis, they always seem to be, I know some people maybe disappear. There's a huge question mark about that. But obviously, we're not interviewing those because they're gone. There's a lot of people that disappear every year, and who knows where they went, But what that girl said was that she was cooperating. So I sometimes wonder, and I don't have any answers, but I sometimes wonder, what are they all cooperating? They just don't remember it, and obviously the trauma of what they do remember is, it's very. For the same reason that you can't remember your dreams at night because you come back into your dense consciousness, how are you going to remember what any soul contract you made, in some previous incarnation to help these to help these beings. So, I mean, are you asking me, is there a secret to avoiding it? I don't know if that's what you're asking.
Not necessarily to avoiding it, more in responding to it and managing it.
I would start, to start trying to understand that. That's one reason that I thought to have this talk, to begin to introduce some of these concepts that begin to give us a framework to understand the nature of human consciousness and the nature of human evolution, and what's allowed to happen here and what can happen here, and what opens doors that we don't want opened. But you have to start by understanding all that to begin to manage it, right? Understanding is the basis of management. You've got to understand your own consciousness and your own evolution before you can understand why somebody else is messing around with you, or might feel the right to mess around with you, or why you might have actually agreed to it on the basis on which you would have agreed to it. Because if you understand reincarnation and the concept of souls incarnating in bodies and consciousness is evolving, then really you can understand what the aliens are up to. Obviously, they understand this concept really well. So Linda Moulton's Howe's term for it of soul containers was sort of interesting, because that's really what a body is. It's a soul container. And so they apparently, from all accounts, don't have sexual organs. So obviously they're at a pretty advanced stage in that they're able to genetically engineer bodies and then attach their souls to them. And apparently they're trying to build bodies like ours and to evolve through the division of the sexes and through our type of sexual incarnation, or the creation of bodies through the sexual union of male and female, that they're apparently trying to evolve a set of bodies that their own race can use wherever, not necessarily, as Jacobson says, to invade us. I don't think they'd be allowed to do that. I don't think they're allowed. I don't think that the Lord of the world and the spiritual hierarchy would allow such kinds of interference. It's just not allowed. Not like that. It's not some kind of secret infiltration, as far as I know, and I've never heard any evidence to that effect, other than people speculating that might be, but that could also just be their misunderstanding of what's going on. I tend to take the word of many abductees to heart, and they both say, well, I made a soul contract to help them develop bodies for the use of their own souls and their own humanity on their own planet. And so I'm just basically donating genetic material in the same way that one of us would donate blood.
What, if anything, does this deep human history that you've been sharing today have to do with so-called junk DNA? Is there any insight around genome? And
I've heard that term, but I don't know. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, it's this concept. I mean, I'm not a geneticist, so this is my take on it as a layman and an artistic person reading up on it, but just that there are strands of the genome that are redundancies or vestigial tracks that are, nicknamed junk DNA, and that they're not actively operant on human evolution. And there are some people that feel like that's just nuts, that we just don't understand, but it's not junk DNA, it's not irrelevant. And I was wondering if there was any tendrils that have to do with that deep human history and what we may have yet to learn about the genome.
Well, I mean, what the interesting thing that the teaching says is that it talks about the whole, how the life waves as they go around the globes and chains, in each, basically focused on each kingdom, working from the bottom up. Starts with the physical, the mineral kingdom, and then gets into the vegetable kingdom, and then gets into the animal kingdom. And when they get to the time of the fourth chain, you're dealing with the human kingdom. But in our own DNA, in our own evolution, we have what in the esoteric doctrines calls a recapitulation. In our evolution in the womb, we recapitulate all the earlier stages we went through. So the genetics for that are in there. it briefly goes through it, and occasionally somebody pops out with 6 fingers or a tail, or other weird things, or a third eye. I mean, I didn't get in all the weird stuff that the teaching says about early, human Lemurians, the first human forms of the third root race. I mean, it gives some descriptions of these like ridiculous things that look like there's something out of Lord of the Rings. I mean, there were literal cyclopses, and this is where the evolution of it in human history. This is where the legends come from, the ancient memories of these things that have been preserved in the various myths and legends and records. For us, it's called myth, but you got to go into the Vedas and into the Puranas and into some of the other texts and the Hindu and the Brahmanical teachings, the Bhagavad Gita and some of those things where they talk about all these things. It's just part of the thing. The battles between the giants and the men, the battles between the cyclopses, and some of the stuff that we get in got in a distorted form in our Bible, and we have it in some of the Greek myths and some of all these things. But according to the doctrine, the esoteric doctrine, this was all actual evolutionary fact. In the early days of humanity, there was in the early stages of Lemuria, the human unit didn't have a male or female condition. And as I say, that relates to the development of mind, which starts to introduce duality. And the form always reflects the consciousness. That's the thing. It always, it's from above down. It's not the other way around. That's why if you want to understand health, you have to look to the subtle realms. Well, evolution works that way. The causative element is in the deeply subjective inner realms, and it produces effects in the outer, not the other way around. For the most part, like a condition in your finger, it might irritate you, but it isn't necessarily going to change your consciousness. Whereas a change in your consciousness can produce all kinds of changes in your physical body, and do produce illnesses. So lurking in our DNA is like the entire history of our evolutionary race somehow. So I don't know what they call junk DNA, but one of the reasons I was showing you all those giants, these guys, is that lurking in our DNA is some of the evidence of our past giant form. And strangely enough, they call it this genetic condition that they say produces this. That's how they explain the fact that it's similar. I'm saying, no, this is more in accordance with the esoteric doctrine. It's saying, well, there's some recessive gene emerging again. And that's why all these people who exhibit this earlier human condition, just like they go through earlier conditions of the various kingdoms that we came through, in the womb, they're doing that here. So I don't know if that really answers the question, but I would say that there's a lot more hidden in our DNA than we realize, and that a lot of it proves some of the evidence. It's the proof and evidence of some of these earlier ancient conditions. The Lemurians were said in the early stages to procreate through laying of eggs. Now, and some of them were said to be single-eyed, and then there was some of them said to have 3 eyes. So that the idea of a cyclops with 1 eye, and the idea of some entity with 2 eyes and a 3rd eye, which it says now, what they say is that's become the pituitary. It used to be external, and it's now become internalized, and it's receded into the recesses of the brain, and it's the seat of the soul. But in the early days, it was plainly in evidence and externalized. So there's somewhere in our history, there's some genetic evidence of that.
That's a really interesting point, right? I mean, you got to wonder why there are light rods and cones on a gland on the inside of the human brain.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Do you have a few more hours? Because I have some more questions. I'm kidding. How about one more? Can we do one more?
Okay.
I mean, the presentation and the slides and all that. This is great to get something like this, mixing it up for content and topical exploration.
It gives it a galactic context in that sense. I mean, it goes, certainly the planet, it puts the planet in a galactic time frame.
Yeah. Yes.
But I'm seeing, of course, a lot of archetypal patterning going on here in terms of, the manifestation of wisdom and things like that. So, but he really nailed it here on this soul thing. I think that's the key issue here in terms of that's what makes us, the human soul. And I know that's how Linda Moulton Howe, she always kind of ends up with, well, are they here to steal our souls? Are they here to harvest souls? And of course, that really gives everybody a chill. But I like what he has to say about it, that is, it's our conscious soul light that makes us.
Well, it's really fascinating subtlety of an inflection point there, because the manted entity that I have had contact with, I would say definitely would describe that it is cultivating soul, but it's not harvesting souls, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the cultivation of soul being central to what some of these relationships are. And Cliff, that's actually the last question that I wanted to ask you before we let you go is the population of experiencers who have had contact with these manted entities. I am one myself, 8 foot, 7, 8, 9 foot tall entities. And a couple of really interesting points with that contact, that kind of contact, that I would love to get your
Is it true that I keep hearing that they tend to inspire artists and work with artists?
That's been my experience. Is completely, that's why I started the podcast Aliens and Artists, was because of that contact event with that manted entity. And it's all been predicated and anchored on that relationship with this particular manted being. And so a lot of things that blossomed question-wise from that relationship as well pertain to noticing, obviously, the morphology of these manted entities is in direct correspondence to the 2,400 plus insect variety, the tiny ones that we have here on the planet, and got into a conversation with the larger being about this. And it said that they had seeded the planet with these insects more than 135, 140 million years ago, which we do have records of, fossil records of manted insects at least 135 million years old in amber, etc. And so a couple of questions from there are like, we also have real consistent reports from abductees and experiencers that the manted entities are ostensibly at the head or top of this holarchy. Say we're in a great room and there's dozens of people being worked on tables, you'll find one manted entity and a host of grays that are under its instruction or leadership or whatever. And so this forming a little bit of a Ouroboros of question, which is like, okay, so the manted entity, clearly old history connection to the planet. If they did see those insects 135 million years ago, I guess that leads us very reasonably to suspect that they've been earth-bound or earth natives for hundreds of millions of years preceding our human lineage. And then we find them overseeing the work that grays are doing. And there's all this curiosity around, of course, do grays come from another dimension, this dimension, another co-adjacent with Earth or other planets? And I'm wondering if you have thoughts or impressions on that holarchy of having these manted entities at the head of this abduction project that's been ongoing for such a long time. I have been told by the manted that I have contact with that they are not homogenous, that there's a whole host of mantids doing work and undertaking that have nothing to do with abductions, and that they have a very old, intimate, woven history braided with ours. Do you have thoughts, impressions, or anything that references or sheds light on this particular fold in the human, non-human dynamic from the teachings?
Well, I'm not really an expert, and I don't know much about, because I don't have contact with a lot of them.